The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, present. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, present. Mr. Chair, you have 7 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You may proceed and read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Finance for Thursday, June 24th, 2021, in the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Conference Room, Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will consider the following bills. In Block 1, Bill number 34-0067, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3 of the Virgin Islands Code to increase the hotel room tax by 2.5% and remit 5% of all monies collected to the Virgin Islands Government Employees Retirement System and for other purposes, proposed by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Invited testifiers: Joel Lee, Director, Bureau of Internal Revenue; Austin L. Nibbs, Administrator, Government Employees Retirement System; Bosede Bruce, Commissioner Nominee, Department of Finance; Joseph B. Basholte, Commissioner, Department of Tourism; Lisa Hamilton, President, USVI Hotel and Tourism Association; and Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Bill number 34-0033, an act appropriating $2,100,000 from the General Fund to the Department of Public Works in fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, for the purpose of expending $700,000 each in fiscal years 2021, 2022, and 2023, to allow the Department of Public Works to contract for skilled engineering services for critically important capital projects for the government of the Virgin Islands, proposed by Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Invited testifiers: Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works; Adrian L. Williams Octalian, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery; and Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Bill number 34-0039, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Sections 706C and 766C, relating to service retirement annuities to permit retired corrections officers to re-enter government service and retain their service retirement annuities, proposed by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Invited testifiers: Dana Clendenin, Director, Division of Personnel; Winnie Testamark, Director, Bureau of Correction of the Virgin Islands; Riel Faulkner, Assistant Director for Administration and Compliance, Bureau of Corrections of the Virgin Islands; and Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
The first block is good. So
Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the first block on today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the many testifiers who will be appearing before us today. Before I allow, also let me recognize Senator Noble Francis. Thank you for coming. And the committee is fully complemented today. We have a lengthy agenda that hopefully will go pretty quick. Before we begin with the first bill, I would like to introduce one of my student intern who is working with media. He is here sitting in the back, Mr. Elijah Hansen, who attends the St. Clair Educational Complex. Can you stand? And pull the mask down so that the rest of the Virgin Islands can see who you are. Okay, I goes for media, you have a good picture of him? I'm not? Okay, it's there. We're going to need to switch one of the cameras so I can see the screen. So thank you so much. There's a next young man over there whose office he working for. He was introduced already, Senator James. Okay. You already put his name on the record, Senator James? Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure that all of the young individuals that are working with the legislature, that they are introduced. The first bill on the agenda is bill number 34-0067. Colleagues putting up some bills on the drive, or should be emailed to you shortly, which are Act number 8206, Act 8263, that also speaks to hotel occupancy tax, so that you can just have some background information. So when you get a chance, please look at those two particular acts. Who speaks to bill number 34-0067? You recognize Senator DeGraff. An introduction of bill number 34-0067.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Bill number 34-0067, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3 of the Virgin Islands Code to increase the hotel occupancy room tax by 2.5% and remit 5% of all monies collected to the Virgin Islands Government Employees Retirement System and for other purposes. This bill seeks to send funding to GERS. GERS is in a crisis right now, and we're trying different methods of putting funds into the GERS system. The bill seeks to add 2.5% to the hotel tax, which is presently 12.5%, and it will take it to 15%. It also adds to take 2.5% from the 7.5% for the hotel development tax, which the overall would remain at 20%. That was the base reason behind of that. And like I say, I'm asking for support for this bill. People may talk about a crisis, not the right time to do it, different things. This bill, once enacted, won't have effect on if a hotel has negotiated for the 7.5% to help develop and bring them back online. They would go from henceforth with 5% offering to the hotels for development. Keep in mind, once GERS goes insolvent, if we don't do something, then we look at total problems for the entire territory. So I think with our tax base being taxed to the max, to try seek assistance from individuals or guests to assist us is one choice I'm trying to do in terms of this bill. So colleagues, I'm asking for your support in bill number 34-0067. And I'll sit by and listen for all the testimony and do the wrap up at the end. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I'll allow the testifiers on this particular bill to put their name and title on the record. I'm going to begin by those individuals who are here in the well from the Department of Tourism, beginning with Ms. Elizabeth Watley, Hanson Watley. Let me put your name and title.
Good morning. I'm Elizabeth Hanson Watley, Acting Commissioner at the Department of Tourism.
Good morning, Nelia Ross, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
Those individuals that are participating virtually. Sir Lee?
Good day. My name is Joel Lee, the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
My name is Austin Nibbs, the Administrator of the Government Employees Retirement System.
Good morning, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Commissioner Bosede Bruce, Commissioner Nominee, Department of Finance.
Ms. Hamilton?
Good morning, Lisa Hamilton, President of the USVI Hotel and Tourism Association.
Thank you so much. We're going to begin the testimony by having the government officials go first. So I will start with Mr. Lee, and then Ms. O'Neill, and then Ms. Bruce. And then Department of Tourism. So let's start with Ms. O'Neill. You may proceed with your testimony. I'm letting you go first because you're going to have a long day with us today.
I appreciate that, Senator. Good morning, Chairman Kurt Violet and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear pursuant to your invitation to testify on Bill number 34-0067, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3 of the Virgin Islands Code to increase the hotel room tax by 2.5% and remit 5% of all monies collected to the Virgin Islands Government Employees Retirement System and for other purposes. Act number 8206 amended the Hotel Development Act, Title 29, Chapter 23, and was signed into law on October 7th, 2019. This allowed for the implementation of an economic recovery fee for any ERF project in an amount that is the difference of the maximum percentage rate of 20% and the percentage rate of designated hotel room occupancy tax established by 33 VI Code Section 54B1, provided that such difference may never be greater than 7.5%. With a current rate of 12.5%, this allows any entity participating under the auspices of Act number 8206 to use the maximum 7.5% to assist with their development projects. While the intent of this bill is understood, the administration is unable to support the measure for the following reasons. The HDA program has lain unused for many years because it was unworkable and poorly drafted. The program was recently revised to a format that had the input and support of multiple potential hotel developer or redevelopment of existing properties, and it has received great support from developers and financiers. A key element of the HDA program is the use of the hotel room tax and the economic recovery fee for securitization of financing for much needed hotel restoration and hotel development. For new development, a portion of the HRT, or 50%, and an amount up to the full difference between the present HRT and 20% may be used for securitization. For restoration of existing properties, the ERF, which is the difference between the hotel room tax and the 20%, may be used. Reducing the amount of the potential ERF is detrimental to financing. The GVI has already committed to using a portion of the hotel room tax for financing of new development. Potentially, the hotel room tax is intended to fund the tourism product promotion for the territory. Maintaining the fund for promotion is most important at this time when we need revenues derived from all tourism sectors, overnight guests, cruise guests, and marine guests to fill the general fund coffers. The Hotel Development Act was passed by the 33rd Legislature on September 25th, 2019, less than 2 years ago. It has been widely promoted and accepted in attracting parties interested in hotel development. Further, we have already committed to use of the Hotel Development Act for financing at its present structure of the 12.5% and the ERF on the difference between the 12.5% and the 20% for at least one hotel development. It is a very bad image to project that the USVI would change the structural elements of such an important program so quickly and so nonchalantly, and essentially go back on its word to potential investors at this time. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony, and I remain available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director O'Neill. Mr. Lee. Director Lee.
Greetings, Honorable Kurt A. Ville, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, and all other honorable members of the 34th Legislature present. Greetings to persons present in the chambers and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joel A. Lee, Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. I appear before you today to offer testimony on Bill number 34-0067, which seeks to amend Title 33, Chapter 3, Section 54, Paragraph B1 of the Virgin Islands Code by increasing the hotel room tax from 12.5% to 15%. Under VI law, a hotel is defined as every building or other group of structures, including apartments, condominiums, timeshare developments, and residences, kept, used, maintained, rented, leased, advertised, or held out to the public to be a place where sleeping accommodations are furnished by the day, week, month, or season for pay to guests, whether with or without meals. The collection of the hotel room tax lies with any and all individuals who register guests in the aforesaid structures for a period of time of the rental or lease that is less than 90 days. Based upon our analysis, increasing the hotel room tax from 12.5% to 15% will generate an additional $850,000 per month based on an average of the last 3 months in hotel tax revenues. From an implementation standpoint, additional resources will have to be expended to upgrade our tax software application, the AS400, to correctly calculate the tax due at this increased rate. In addition, the hotel room tax returns will have to be amended to reflect this change. Due to the increase in the options for overnight guests, the Bureau will have to have an aggressive taxpayer education program to ensure that all hoteliers, timeshare owners, villa owners, and other short-term renters are advised of this increase. Press releases will also be issued to advise the taxpaying public of this increase. Since most bills become effective immediately upon the signature of the governor, the Bureau requests that this law becomes effective October 1st, 2021. This will provide a clean start date for everyone affected. Mr. Chairman, thank you and other members of this body for affording us the opportunity to testify on this bill. We are available to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Director Lee. Acting Commissioner Bruce.
Good morning, Chair Ville and members of the Committee on Finance, non-committee members present, the listening and viewing audience, and members of our own Department of Finance team. I am Bosede Bruce, Commissioner nominee to the Department of Finance. Thank you for your invitation to offer testimony on Bill number 4-0067, which seeks to increase the hotel room tax by 2.5% and remit 5% of all monies collected to the Virgin Islands Government Employees Retirement System and for other purposes. In 2019, Act number 8206 was passed with full engagement of the legislature, amending the Hotel Development Act, which declared that the tourist, hotel, and resort industry constitute a major element of the territorial economic structure, and that additional hotel accommodations and tourist facilities have a direct impact on the local economy through construction, wages, and other benefits, and will grow the economy of the Virgin Islands. The Act establishes the Economic Recovery Fee, which, along with the hotel room tax, allows for securitization of financing for the renovation and reconstruction of existing hotels and construction of new hotels. The Economic Recovery Fee is established in Section 1313 to be the difference between the designated hotel room tax and 20%. By increasing the hotel room tax by 2.5%, we reduce the financing amount, which will be a deterrent to future investors and a breach of contract to existing investors who have applied for and obtained a contractual agreement for the use of the fee based on the current legislation. Further, for new hotel development, a portion of the hotel room tax, up to 50%, may also be used for financing of such projects, provided the hotel operation engages in a joint destination marketing program. The Virgin Islands has actively promoted this financing structure and incentive to potential developers who are actively looking at hospitality development in the territory. Should we either breach the existing contract for incentives based on these formulas or change the HDA incentive in midstream, it will send a wrong message to potential hotel developers at a time we strongly need new hotels on all islands. The HDA was passed by the 33rd legislature on September 25th, 2019, less than 2 years ago. It is a very bad image to project that the USVI would change the structural elements of such an important program so quickly and essentially go back on its word to potential investors. It is also a fact and important to note that the hotel room tax is used in part to fund the marketing efforts of the Department of Tourism. The reduction of available funding from the hotel room tax due to both the use for financing and payment to GERS will adversely affect the Department of Tourism efforts. It is true that we must come up with a plan to address the ailing government employees' retirement system, but we cannot do so at the expense of our hotel development program and tourism marketing program. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Acting Commissioner. Next, we'll have Department of Tourism.
Good day, honorable senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen in the chambers, members of the media, and the viewing and listening audience. Thank you for inviting our department to testify this morning before the Committee on Finance regarding Bill number 34-0067, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3 of the Virgin Islands Code to increase the hotel room tax by 2.5% and remit 5% of all monies collected to the Virgin Islands government employees' retirement system and for the other purposes. As proposed by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, the bill also seeks to amend Title 29, Chapter 23, Section 1313 of the Hotel Development Program to decrease the economic recovery fee from 7.5% to 5%. We have been asked to provide this testimony, including all pertinent data and expert opinion as it pertains to the subject matter, to aid in discussions around the purpose of the above referenced bill. Opposition to the proposed legislation. This bill seeks to amend Title 33, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3 of the Virgin Islands Code that provides that every guest of a hotel shall pay to the USVI government a tax to be collected and remitted to the government by the hotel keeper or innkeeper at the rate of 12.5% of the gross room rate or rental. Hotel includes apartments, condominiums, timeshares, developments, and residences kept, used, maintained, rented, leased, advertised, or held out to the public as sleeping accommodations for pay. This bill seeks to increase the rate to 15%, with 5% of the total tax collected for the benefit of the government employees' retirement system of the Virgin Islands for annuity payments and other purposes. It also seeks to create a GERS intervention fund to deposit the collected hotel tax. Said fund to be used by the director of the GERS. The final section of the bill amends Title 29, Chapter 23, Section 1312 of the Hotel Development Program to decrease the economic recovery fee from 7.5% to 5%. The Department of Tourism does not support the bill as articulated. The department does not sanction the imposition of this additional hotel tax and does not support any funding of GERS from the hotel tax. In addition, the department does not support a change to the economic recovery fee without further analysis. There are many considerations for the use and allocation of this tax that directly impact the ability of the hotels to reinvest and upgrade their properties, and this should not be taken lightly. This testimony will not address the economic recovery fee based on the department's inability to provide an informed position at this time. Additionally, any tax hikes that affect the hotels and all land-based accommodation providers directly impact the territory's tourism engine, which is currently seeing significant post-COVID recovery. We believe this is not the right time to consider such a bill. Finally, the hotel tax was raised 5 years ago from 10 to 12.5%, and it is too soon to raise the tax again. Advantages and/or disadvantages to the bill. Advantages. In theory, the advantage of passing the bill is to increase the pool of funds available to GERS and increase the pool of funds available for other purposes. It could increase the total hotel taxes collected that benefit the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund and other downstream allotments that are supported by the tax, including the Agriculture Revolving Fund, Sports Tourism, Department of Education for public high school athletes in certain games, the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, Stars Film and Music promotional rebates, and most importantly, advertising the territory. Disadvantages. The passing of the bill has a number of disadvantages. They include weakening the USVI position vis-a-vis destinations and other Caribbean destinations that have more competitive hotel room tax rates. It could alienate agents and hospitality stakeholders whose ability to sell the territory as well as their products and services becomes more difficult. Based on the current pent-up COVID-related demand for travel, the increase may not affect bookings in the short term. However, when the travel boom subsides, it may have an impact as savvy travelers make alternative plans. The reduction in bookings would likely reverberate throughout the tourism tentacles of the economy. Our hotels and visitors are the ones that will be shouldering the burden. The hotels can lose their competitive edge, and this may build distrust in future investments since there is no articulated rationale to justify hotels contributing towards GERS. There is a potential that we could see a reduction in hotel tax revenues if demand for the territory wanes due to unreasonable accommodations costs. Furthermore, the cost of implementation could be high. The USVI has made strides to attract new hotel developers based in part on the Hotel Development Act program that is administered by the Economic Development Authority. The 2019 HDA program restructuring provided a mechanism to promote the territory's tourism industry and also a means of financing hotel development projects. 100% of hotel room tax for new to hotels and up to 50% for existing hotels where at least 70% of the units were previously damaged, along with the imposition of the economic development fee for financing the development. Such a change would negatively impact and perhaps thwart such efforts. Economic impact. The hotel tax hike would likely have a negative impact. Economic impact. Increased taxes could reduce hotel bookings and may not result in an overall increase in the tax collected. A reduction in earnings could lead to job losses in the hospitality sector and also incur training costs for displaced workers. Furthermore, additional resources would be required for promotion and marketing of a more expensive hotel product. Economic fallout could negatively affect direct investment in the territory. The Department of Tourism believes that there are key pivotal questions that ought to be addressed. Has there been an articulation of the amount of funds needed for GERS? What is the end game? Is this a finite amount does it go into perpetuity? Is this a short-term temporary bailout or a long-term permanent solution? What economic analysis has been conducted that includes the level of the increase and the timeline for implementation, and whether it will be carried out in a phased approach and for what duration? If any answers to the above questions are available, that information has not been provided. Additionally, the anticipated funds generated to not justify an increase in the hotel tax. It is projected that annually GERS funds 5% of the 15% hotel tax would amount to less than $1 million in revenue based on recent hotel tax revenues. CUSVI Hotel Tax 2019, May 2021, and BIR.vi.gov. Hotel tax month year on year 2019 territory total 131,743,561.56. 12.5% tax, 16,467,945.20 cents. 2.5% tax, 3,293,589.04 cents. 15% tax, 19,761,534.23 cents. And we also have noted years 2020 and 2021, January through May. Currently, the territory lags significantly behind other destinations in its advertising spend. This is a much stronger consideration for support than funding for GERS. Recommendations to the bill. There are areas that need to be clarified before such a bill can be considered. Clearer articulation based on the economic impact analysis above. Clearer language about the amount of tax that will be collected, 5% of the 15%. A stated mechanism for oversight or review of GERS as to how the 5% to GERS and other purposes will be applied. Parameters to determine when and if the purpose of the bill has been realized and the GERS funding is no longer needed, essentially the incorporation of a sunset provision. Summary conclusion, the stated purpose of the bill is a laudable one. Every one of us and every Virgin Islander recognizes and supports our retirees. However, an inappropriate method is being proposed to save GERS using the hotel tax. In addition, the department does not support a change to the economic recovery fee in the absence of further analysis. There are many considerations for the use and allocation of this tax that directly impact the ability of our hotels to reinvest and upgrade their properties, and this should not be taken lightly. The overall bill lacks sufficient clarity, and any real or perceived benefit does not outweigh the cost. At the end of the day, it does not make sense to destabilize our bread and butter industry for this purpose. I am pleased to provide testimony, and I am available to address any questions you may have. Joseph B. Busholta, Commissioner of Tourism.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Colleagues, I just asked Director Wayne Biggs to log on and put in the list of testifiers together. I forgot to invite him, and the EDA is actually the custodian of, or the entity responsible for processing any application for individuals who are going to be utilizing the Hotel Development Act, or tax increment financing, and all of it is really tied together. So I wanted him to just put on the record as to whether or not they're presently in any negotiations with hotels that are trying to redevelop, or new hotels that are coming to the island. Mr. Biggs, you're recognized. You can put your name and title, and then you can just, on written testimony, you will just put the information on the record.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Wayne Biggs, Jr. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. And thank you for the opportunity to kind of jump in here. I'm in the middle of a governing board meeting, so I appreciate Chairman Viale allowing me just to put a few words on the record. As he indicated, we were not invited to testify on this particular bill, and I'm just reviewing the bill now as I saw it come forward, and I will be happy to send some comments in writing. However, there are some concerns for us directly as we are in negotiations with one entity in reference to the redevelopment of a hotel on St. Thomas. And we do have another application currently for both occupancy tax and ERF under the Hotel Development Act. And this second application is requesting a full 7.5% increase based on current law. So there are concerns there. Again, I think it's noble as a Virgin Islander and as a government employee that we're trying to protect the GRS system. I'm not sure if this is the best way for us to do so. I'm looking at the analysis that was provided by tourism in their testimony. And if they are correct, we're talking about maybe $1 million a year at the high end going into the GRS, whereas it may have a direct effect on us being able to develop hotels here in the territory or redevelop those hotels. And also, I'm not sure if $1 million will solve GRS problem when I look at the liability areas. I'm sure every penny helps, but I think it creates more devastation to the Department of Tourism and their advertising fund. For instance, current law requires that for redevelopment of hotels, 1/2 of the occupancy tax can go towards the liquidation of the debt under the Hotel Development Act. So at 6.5%, we're talking about 6.25%. If we raise that to 15%, and there's no indication from the bill that I've read where that modifies that language, you're talking about now 7.5% going to that particular entity. And if 5% goes to GRS, we're now at 12.5%, which means only 2.25% will be going, 2.5% will be going into the Tourism Revolving Fund in reference to redevelopment instead of the current 6.25% that's going in. So there are concerns in regard to that and the mathematics, and I'd like to take some more time to do some additional analysis. So I will submit a statement and write into Chairman Viale, but I just wanted the committee to be aware that we are in negotiations for redevelopment of hotels here in the territory currently. And Of course, you've seen in the news where we're negotiating with Diamond Rock, and we're trying to get that back online as quickly as possible. So that will have a direct impact on the negotiations that are ongoing at this moment. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairman Viale.
Thank you so much, CEO Biggs. The second development that you spoke about is which island? Another first.
St. Thomas also.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Nibbs, you recognize, and then we'll go last to Ms. Hamilton for tourism.
Can I be excused, Chairman Viale, to return back to my meeting?
Yes, and thank you so much, Mr. Biggs, and your excuse. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll submit the statement in writing.
Good morning, Honorable Kurt Viale, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, committee members, other distinguished senators present in the chambers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Austin L. Nibbs, Administrator of the Government Employees Retirement System. The GRS appreciates this opportunity to give testimony on Bill number 34-0067, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3 of the Virgin Islands Code to increase the hotel room tax by 2.5% and remit 5% of all monies collected to the Virgin Islands Employee Retirement System and for other purposes. Before we respond to the questions that were asked, we recommend a couple minor changes. Change the word directed to administrator in Section 2B, line 19, and Section 3, line 8. Number 1, support or opposition of the legislation. The GRS is in support of any legislation that will generate dedicated revenues for the fund. 2, advantages and or disadvantages to passing the bill. The advantage to the GRS by passing the bill would be additional revenues dedicated to make benefit payments to the retirees. 3, economic impact of the proposed legislation. Based on our review of the analysis presented on the website of the Internal Revenue Bureau of Revenue Collections, for hotel tax, $19.8 million were collected for the 8 months in fiscal year 2021, $17.7 million in fiscal year 2020, and $20.5 million in fiscal year 2019. It appears that the hotel room tax collected in fiscal year 2021 will surpass the $20.5 million collected in fiscal year 2019. Using the fiscal year 2019 as baseline, with a 2.5 increase in the tax and the 5% allocation to the GRS, we estimated over $1 million would be earmarked annually for the GRS. Recommendation to the bill. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, the GRS supports the proposed legislation for the reasons stated above. I am available to respond to any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nibbs. Ms. Hamilton?
Thank you. Good morning. Good day, Chairman, Honorable Kurt A. Viale, committee members, and fellow testifiers. My name is Lisa Hamilton. I am president of the USVI Hotel and Tourism Association and appear today on behalf of my board of directors and the membership. We would like to thank the chairman and the Committee on Finance for inviting us to participate in the discussion on Bill 34-0067, an act to increase the hotel room tax by 2.5%, from 12.5% to 15%, and remit 5% of all monies collected to the Virgin Islands Government Employee Retirement System. Our association does understand the need to identify funding sources for the GERS financial shortfall and projected insolvency. We understand the government wishes to honor its commitment to retired government employees who depend on payments from the cash-starved pension system that continues to require employee contributions and is in desperate need of funding. However, we strongly oppose using the hotel room tax to fund the shortfall. The hotel room tax is the sole source of funds for the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, referenced as TARF here forward. As the largest private sector industry, we must protect the future of tourism and the future of thousands of people employed by hotels, attractions, the marine sector, tourist-related activities, and the businesses that support the industry. We have experienced the dire straits our economy suffers without guests filling our hotel rooms and cruise ships calling in our ports. Although our hotel and attractions are experiencing a surge in tourism for the moment, we must fight to remain a top priority with travelers to continue the momentum into the future. Our Department of Tourism needs to use every dollar paid into this fund to market our destination aggressively to retain our recent gain in market position. The Hotel Tax Fund is the tip of a tourism iceberg. Without creating and reinforcing demand for the U.S. Virgin Islands, we cannot rely on keeping the new and reinstated flights for which we have fought for during the pandemic, especially as demand for other destinations increases. When the planes were idle on the ground, it was easy to give the Virgin Islands additional flights. We cannot count on those new flights going forward. Of further concern is that the tax increase will not generate the needed revenue for GERS. Based on the current number of rooms available on the island, a few million will be generated, which is a drop in the bucket for what is really needed. Moody's estimated a pension system liability of an amount estimated to be $5.3 billion. We need a comprehensive approach to really solve GERS's long-festering problem. Our industry is still suffering from the devastation caused by the 2017 hurricanes. There are still 4 major hotels closed due to storm damage: Frenchman's Reef Marriott, Sugar Bay Resort, Keneal Bay Resort, and Divi Carina Resort. And also the Carambola has not returned to full operation. These 5 properties represent 1,300 rooms in the territory. The absence of the revenue from these hotels caused a significant drop in contributions to the hotel room tax since 2017. The pandemic further delayed renovations to the aforementioned properties. In the case of Sugar Bay, the sale of the property has been delayed, and with it, any contribution from that resort into the TARF. A recap of hotel room tax contributions into the TARF from 2012 to 2020 clearly shows a dramatic decline in the marketing dollars to promote our destination. I have a graph here that goes from 2012 to 2021 showing the monies into the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund. The fund peaked at $29.5 million in 2017 and fell to $14.7 million in 2018, a direct result of hurricanes. It's important to note that regardless of the taxes collected each year, the legislature takes more than $6 million from this fund for initiatives that are not direct marketing initiatives for the destination. These allocations are fixed amounts, so regardless of how much money is generated in the fund annually, $6.12 million is still allocated to these other initiatives. The Tourism Advertising Fund appropriations are as follows: Carnival, Festival, and Celebrations, $1.385 million. Department of Agriculture, $1 million. Department of Education, $500,000. Department of Public Works, $300,000. Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, $1.635 million. Office of the Governor, $150,000. Virgin Islands Police Department, $850,000. Waste Management Authority, $300,000, for a total of $6.12 million. Over the years, the TARF continues to be the go-to for appropriations. As you can see from the chart below, the allocations were $2.25 million in 2012 and have increased substantially since 2016 to over $6 million. The chart provided goes from 2012 to 2015. The allocation at that time out of what was generated was $2.25 million. In 2016, the allocation jumped to $5.38 million. And then in 2017 to $6.12 million. Of note is looking at 2018, $14.7 million was generated with only $8.58 million utilized to market the territory. Because we compete with other islands for visitors, the Virgin Islands must remain competitive with the hotel taxes paid by visitors in other Caribbean destinations. Please refer to the chart below on the hotel room taxes charged in the Caribbean. Only one other destination charges more than 12.5%. Should this bill pass, we will have the most expensive hotel room tax in the Caribbean, something we don't strive to be number one on. If you take a look at the chart, all of the countries in green have a tax rate, a hotel room tax rate below the 12.5%, with only Antigua being at 14%. That's noted in red. Should we go to the 15%, we will indeed have the highest hotel room tax in the Caribbean. We're very concerned that this legislation both increases the hotel room tax by 20%, but it reduces the funds into the TARF by 20%. As a result, the Department of Tourism will only have 10% versus 12.5% hotel room tax, less the $6 million in legislative allocations to market the destination going forward. Now, on the hotel development program, we believe strongly that the decrease in the economic recovery fee from 7.5 to 5 will have a negative effect on the important goals of the HDP program. Currently, potential investors may utilize up to 7.5% of the room tax to assist with financial hotel development. The level of fee was established based on testimony that 7.5% would improve access to bank financing. An arbitrary reduction of 30% will have an undesirable effect on both the willingness of investors to take the risk inherent in hotel development and the willingness of banks to lend for such development. In summary, while we actively work with Vision 2040 to diversify the Virgin Islands economy, the fact remains that tourism now and in the foreseeable future is responsible for the largest number of private sector jobs in the Virgin Islands. We must ensure that the Department of Tourism has adequate funding through the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund to promote the U.S. Virgin Islands and maintain our superior position as a tourist destination in a highly competitive market. We also must ensure that we promote much needed investment in hotel development by maintaining the financing support created by the Hotel Development Act. Thank you for your attention, and I remain for questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. The Committee of Finance will take a 4-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Senator DeGraff, I'll go ahead and recognize you.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Again, we had a little caucus meeting in the back in regards to my bill, and I've made some decisions in regards to moving forward. But let's make no mistake that when I hear terms like economic fallout, destabilization of bread and butter, changing things in midstream, that's not the idea or the intent of the bill. And because I am the vice chair of the GERS subcommittee, along with Mr. Chairman for Finance, we're able to talk and look at some other ideas that we'd like to bring forward for GERS. And based on the testimony, the strong testimony that I heard today, and I'm happy for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for also inviting our EDA director, because again, this bill wasn't to bypass or sneak by anybody. It's for everybody to come and have your say. But GERS is a looming nightmare. So all the things that we could talk about now, come 2023, we're looking at a looming nightmare. So when you hear about economic instability and fallout and all those things, trust me. But in light of that, we're able to have some conversations. And again, with Mr. Chair and having conversations, I'm also looking at another GERS bill, and we're looking at some other GERS bills to try to do some shore up into the GERS system. And hopefully those could sustain us for a while. But I have decided that I would hold on to my bill, especially because of what was put out by the testifiers. And again, it's because it's not to pick on any one entity to suffice what we need to do, but just for everyone to remember that GERS is a looming nightmare. So if we think we're going to have tourism or we think we're going to have economic fallout, let's not wait for GERS to fall out. And that's my intent of my bill. So at this time, I'd like to make a motion. Motion.
Motion, Senator DeGraff.
I move bill number 34-0067, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3 of the Virgin Islands Code to increase the hotel room tax by 2.5% and remit 5% of all monies collected to the Virgin Islands Government Employees Retirement System and for other purposes be held in committee at the call of the chair. I so move.
Motion made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator Blyden. Roll call.
Senator Marvin
Object?
A. Blyden.
1 minute, objected by Senator Sarro. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru.
Yes.
Senator Saru, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0067, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3 of the Virgin Islands Code to increase the hotel room tax by 2.5% and remit 5% of all monies collected to the Virgin Islands Government Employees Retirement System and for other purposes will be held in this committee at the call of the chair. Just to put on the record, we did create this particular incentive program, the Hotel Development Act and tax increment financing, to try to attract additional hotel development to the Virgin Islands. And then after the hurricane, we made sure that the legislation included properties that were damaged, that they would be able to come back and market. And we do have a number of hotel developments that are seeking to utilize this particular legislation in reference to financing and being able to reopen. And we want to send the word out to the investment community that once we pass these incentive agreements, that we're going to stick with it. And we want them to negotiate with the Virgin Islands so that we can increase hotel room development. We are having, we'll be having a subcommittee meeting for retirement shortly, in which we have a number of measures that will be discussed. It is now a better time for us to have the meeting because we needed to know what was going on with Lime Tree, and now we know what the picture is. So we definitely know how the numbers are going to be impacted. Additionally, the government of the Virgin Islands, in our meetings before, did not yet receive the monies for states and territories. We now know how much that money is. So the subcommittee will proceed accordingly. Madam Clerk, the next item on the agenda.
Bill number 34-0033, an act appropriating...
1 minute, Madam Clerk, I'm so sorry. Testifiers, thank you. The testifiers to this first bill, you guys are dismissed, all with the exception of Ms. Jennifer O'Neill. Everyone else is dismissed. You may proceed.
Bill number 34-0033, an act appropriating $2,100,000 from the general fund to the Department of Public Works in fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, for the purpose of expending $700,000 each in fiscal years 2021, 2022, and 2023, to allow the Department of Public Works to contract for skilled engineering services for critically important capital projects for the government of the Virgin Islands, proposed by Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Invited testifiers: Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works; Adrian L. Williams Octalian, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery; and Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this bill? You recognize Senator Blyden.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Bill number 34-0033 basically appropriates $2,100,000 from the general fund to the Department of Public Works in fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, for the purpose of expending $700,000 each in fiscal year 21, 22, and 23, thus allowing the Department of Public Works to contract with skilled engineering services for critically important capital projects for the government of the Virgin Islands. Colleagues, we know during the budget season and on a regular basis when different departments and agencies come in front of us, we hear the cry and the same song from everyone. We are waiting on Public Works for A&R services. We are waiting on Public Works. And I met with the Department of Public Works, and we had several meetings, and we came up with a number that will assist the department in moving forward with many critical capital projects in order for us to move forward with the recovery in a faster manner, and at the same time bring more revenues to the coffers of the Virgin Islands. And I believe that with all that's going on in this space, now is the right time to bring such a measure forward in order to assist with the many projects that's pending. And I ask my colleagues for their support in this most important piece of legislation. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Testifying on this bill, we have Commissioner Gabriel, Director Adrian Williams, and Director Jennifer O'Neill. Can each of you go ahead and put your name and title on the record?
Good morning, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
No, because
Good morning, Adrian Williams, Actalin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good morning, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works.
Good morning, Ruben Jennings, Deputy Commissioner of Administration, Department of Public Works.
thank you so much. We will begin with the testimony in this order. Ms. O'Neill, Director O'Neill, Director Williams Actaline, and then Commissioner Gabriel.
Can I begin, Senator? Yes.
Yes, Ms. Director O'Neill. You may proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Kurt Viole and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I'm budget, and I appear pursuant to your invitation to testify on Bill number 34-0033, an act appropriating $2.1 million from the general fund to the Department of Public Works in fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, for the purpose of expending $700,000 in each fiscal year 2021, 2022, and 2023 to allow the Department of Public Works to contract for skilled engineering services for critically important capital projects for the government of the Virgin Islands. As you are aware, the executive branch has been preparing a supplemental budget request for submission to this body, which should be completed shortly. This supplemental will address additional funding needs for the remaining 3 months of the fiscal year and was put together based on the requests of a number of departments. While I recognize some of the recruiting challenges being faced by the Department of Public Works, especially relative to engineers, this is not unique to this department in any way. Challenges notwithstanding, however, I am unable to support the measure for the following reasons. DPW has not discussed this particular need with OMB and further did not submit a request for supplemental funding in fiscal year 21 for contract services. We just completed the budget process and submitted a balanced budget to this body for consideration, wherein DPW did not make a request for additional funding for this need in the upcoming fiscal years, even though they did request additional personnel. As we revise the revenue projections in light of the shutdown of the refinery, I am hesitant to support an increase to any budgetary appropriation that has not been vetted. And finally, from an OMB perspective, I am unable to support appropriations that may potentially appear biased towards any particular department, as I always have to look at the needs of all. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony, and I remain available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Director O'Neill. Director Actaline Williams, you're recognized for your testimony.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Senator Kurt Viole, Chairman of the 34th Legislature's Committee on Finance, other members of the committee, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Adrian L. Williams Actaline, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill 34-0033, an act appropriating $2.1 million from the general fund to the Department of Public Works in fiscal year 2021 to allow the department to contract for skilled engineering services for critically important capital projects for the government of the Virgin Islands. The Office of Disaster Recovery continues to coordinate efforts to have the resources needed for the successful completion of the territory's recovery projects as we advance our mission to create a legacy of resilience. With any successful endeavor, adequate resources and having the capacity to execute with the necessary skill set and the right number of people is vital. The RAND report, an analysis of the territory's disaster recovery needs, identified approximately 5,520 additional workers are needed in various sectors
to ensure the successful completion of more than 1,500 projects slated for the territory. With an estimated 221 projects anticipated in fiscal year 2022 and 2023, there is an increased need to augment capacity within the government as a whole, with an emphasis on additional engineers to support A&E design services. The Department of Public Works plays a critical role as a territory's engineer of record and works with ODR to facilitate the multitude of disaster recovery projects that require approval. ODR and DPW are acutely aware of the capacity needs and consistently work together to identify strategies to address these challenges. Through the Workforce Development Initiative, a collaborative effort between the Workforce Investment Board, the Department of Labor, and the University of the Virgin Islands, engineering was identified as a critical demand occupation. To support this need, UVI has partnered with ODR and offered placement opportunities within DPW for both graduates and students from their 3-2 engineering program for DPW's entry-level project inspector and project engineer positions. The legislation pending approval today for the appropriation of these funds will support DPW's efforts to attract the talent needed to provide key engineering services integral to the success of these projects. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We extend our appreciation to Senator Marvin Blyden, the sponsor of this bill, for the foresight to draft this legislation to appropriate these much-needed funds. My team and I ask for favorable consideration for the approval of this legislation so that we are better positioned to execute a disaster recovery process here in the Virgin Islands. I will remain available to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Acklin Williams. Commissioner Gabriel, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Kurt Viale, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, other committee members and senators in attendance today, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. My name is Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works, DPW. With me today is Mr. Ruben Jennings, Deputy Commissioner of Administrative Services for the department. Thank you for the invitation to testify on behalf of Bill number 34-0033 to appropriate $2.1 million from the general fund to the department for the purpose of contracting skilled engineering services for capital projects. It is no secret that the department lacks the necessary technical bench of engineers, architects, draftsmen, inspectors, construction managers, and other professionals.
Commissioner Gabriel, can you please slow down for the stenographer? She's having problems recording. She's speaking a little too fast. Thank you.
Okay. It is no secret that the department lacks the necessary technical bench of engineers, architects, draftsmen, inspectors, construction managers, and other professions to adequately manage the plethora of local, federal, and disaster recovery projects in the territory's pipeline. This struggle predates my time with the department, but is not unique to DPW. Across the territory, private and public entities are having a difficult time retaining professionals in the field of engineering. While salaries for engineers have continued to rise nationally, DPW is hamstrung by our current budgets as to what we can offer. However, on the federal highway engineering side of our shop, we have been successful at onboarding and retaining skilled engineers, as most are contract employees and were offered salaries commensurate to the private sector. We believe this is a more effective route than retaining the services of an engineering and/or design firm, where we will incur overhead and other administrative costs. This bill will give DPW flexibility and negotiating power on the local engineering side. We anticipate the annual allotment of $700,000 over the next 3 fiscal years will allow us to hire at least 5 qualified engineers with the necessary provisions for office equipment and other supplies. This will be critical as the number of critical projects managed by DPW continues to grow exponentially over the coming months and years. I want to commend this body, particularly the bill's sponsor, Senator Marvin Blyden, for proposing legislation aimed at providing targeted resources for a specific need over 3 years. As you know, budgeting over several years allows us to better plan a critical element of our program management. We will now be able to allocate and align human resources to some of the transformational projects and programs, such as our new schools, government buildings, and transportation infrastructure. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important measure. We are hopeful that you will favorably approve the proposed legislation so that we can meet and execute our mandates. Mr. Jennings and I will remain available to answer any questions you may have regarding this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Gabriel, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to do a 3-minute round. So we're going to start with Senator DeGraff. Then Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. All viewing and listeners are present. Commissioner, what is considered your skilled engineer services? What type of engineers are we speaking of?
So mostly, thank you, Senator DeGraff. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. So mostly we're looking for engineers, civil engineers. That's the discipline that we're most needing right now.
Okay, again, could you just, speak a bit of what a civil engineer is and, so again, we're appropriating the funds. I support this. But again, let's let the public know exactly what it is. A civil engineer, what asset do they bring to the territory? Can our Virgin Islanders get in this field? Should our Virgin Islanders get in this field? Is it something, so could you just elaborate on that for me, please?
Sure. So civil engineers are probably it's probably the broadest spectrum under the engineering flag. They work on roads, bridges, buildings, just about anything. The way I see it is anything that goes into building back a municipality, a building, a city. To me, it is the broadest application. It's the one that we have the most need for, not only at the Department of Public Works, but even at agencies like the Port Authority, WAPA, et cetera. I do think, looking forward, I do think it is something that our local Virgin Islanders should be endeavoring to get involved in. As we see, not only across the territory, but across the country, we're building back our infrastructure, and there's going to be a tremendous need for civil engineers, and it's a really high-paying field to get into.
So the $700,000 would go towards hiring X amount of engineers for the field. So about what would be the price ranges, or not the price, the salary ranges for these type of engineers? 1 minute.
So right now we're looking at anywhere from $100,000 to $125,000. Of course, it would be commensurate on experience, and it would give us the ability to hire. We're thinking about 5 to 6 individuals, as well as the necessary office equipment and supplies that they'll need.
Okay, and finally for me, do you have anyone identified presently waiting to be hired that would enhance us providing these fundings?
So it would give us the opportunity to revisit some discussions. We've had several discussions with a few engineers, a lot of them local on the private side, and it just our salaries that we're offering aren't competitive. So with this, we'll be able to reopen those negotiations and see if they'd come on board, still giving them the flexibility to maintain their private sector workload.
Okay, and are we hiring local? Is local in mind?
Of course, that's a preference. We always try to start locally, and then if we can't find anybody here, we open it up broad.
Time.
Okay, thank you for the time, Commissioner. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Graff. Senator Carrion, you recognized for your 3 minutes. Please recognize Senator Carrion's mic, please.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the testifiers and the viewing and listening audience this morning. Well, we know it's no secret that time and time again we continue to hear the need for qualified, skilled, and trained professionals within the department, especially now with the recovery projects, and especially the Department of Public Works, like the commissioners testify. There's a vital need for engineers in the department and other agency. That being said, after reading your testimony and doing some background research, I do have some concerns regarding the process by which this request was made and how it will impact maybe the government and other instrumentalities in the process. Good morning, Commissioner. How are you doing?
Doing well, Senator. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good, good. Now, within your proposed budget for FY22, did you include the need for these positions?
So I can ask Deputy Commissioner Ruben Jennings to speak to that.
Ruben Jennings, Deputy Commissioner of Administration, Department of Public Works. Yes, we did, Senator. We requested 5 engineers and 4 project inspectors.
Okay, so it's budgeted within what you submitted. And I understand also, based on your testimony, you submitted a supplemental budget request? Or you're working on it?
We did submit it. That is correct. We did submit our supplemental budget request.
Okay. So, and Director Williams-Octolin, is there any way that through federal funds we can be able to fund the need in Department of Public Works without having to use the general fund?
1 minute.
Good morning, Senator. The projects are done on a reimbursement basis, so that the practice is that the positions are always funded to be able to be reimbursed, because the reimbursement process, it does have some delay. So all positions that are hired are always included in the budget for reimbursement.
Got you. And could you speak to then the need of also of engineers or engineering vacancy in all other departments? Because I understand
Yes,
not only the Department of Public Works.
Senator, this is a pervasive issue. All of the instrumentalities, all of, including WAPA, the Housing Finance Authority, the public VIPA, they all have needs for engineers. The Department of Public Work is always at a disadvantage to the semi-autonomous instrumentalities because their salaries are a lot lower. However, the Department of Public Works does have the lion's share of all of, as the engineer of record for the government, the need is just more vast for the Department of Public Works, yet they're at a disadvantage with salaries.
Time.
Well, thank you for sharing that information. I guess part of my concern also lays on the fact that if multiple agencies need engineers, why and how we are only able to support engineering in one particular agency. But I understand the high demand and the critical need for the Department of Public Works, so I will vote accordingly at the appropriate time. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, and of course, good morning to those individuals that's testifying. Director O'Neill and Director Williams-Octolin, long time no see.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. So just yesterday, you guys were in unison and the choir talking about absolutely. Today, you seem to be on a different side of the fence. What's up? What's going on here?
Well, so I'll start. It's not that we're completely separate. I want to clarify that my statements are relative to what was submitted to OMB. So what was submitted was for actual positions, and that goes under personnel. Again, as Mr. Jennings said, there were 5 engineers and some project inspectors. Those were requested. That is correct. But what this bill speaks to is contract services, and that's a completely different funding source or a line item, and it's not under personnel. So while we accommodated the request to hire full-time engineers in the supplemental request that we have that will be submitted to the body and that was included in their 2022 budget, we do not have any funding placed in there for contract services plus the personnel. So I just want to be clear that this is why I am saying I cannot put additional funds at this point. That's why I'm saying I can't support it. The need for engineers, we agree on. I understand that, and that's hence why I accommodated the positions. Contract services is different.
Yeah, I kind of read that as well. So, Commissioner Gabriel, can you speak to the mechanics? How do you believe that this bill will be able to achieve your goal, and how do you intend to be able to facilitate bringing those contract engineers on board with specific instructions, guidance, as per the Virgin Islands Code?
1 minute.
Yeah. Good morning again. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. So we see it successfully on our highway engineering side. We're able to hire engineers on a contractual basis on that side. We're able to offer them more competitive salaries, but they're also able to still keep their private workload as long as they can balance it and meet the deadlines and timelines that we have prescribed from the department. Since I've been on board and we've engaged several people in conversations to try to bring them on, as Director O'Neill said, as employees, they don't want to give up that flexibility that they have on the private side to still be able to take on additional projects. But quite honestly, Senator Francis, the salaries are just too low. For these folks, anything below 6 figures just begins to turn them off. Recently, we actually had an interview.
Commissioner, before you proceed, how then will this engagement impact your salaried engineers? I mean, obviously, if we're able to then, do you believe that you'll continue to see the same results from your in-house engineers if there is some concession being made for outside engineers to perform the same or similar work?
Time.
I think so because a lot of our engineers in-house, they like having the fringe benefits and the security that being a government employee brings. So I think you'll still maintain that, and you'll still be able to keep both sides of the house operating in unison.
Very well. Thank you. I think it's just necessary for us to be clear so that we don't leave any stones unturned in this particular discussion. Thank you very much for your response. My time has been called. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Okay, thank you, Senator Francis. I'm still not exactly clear. Commissioner, how would you utilize the 700,000? You're saying that you would contract out?
That's correct. That's correct. That's what the legislation is for.
Okay, you're presently utilizing some other monies for an engineering firm in your testimony. What is it, for roads, for what?
So currently we have, what we do is anytime our projects require design, we put those design services out and we hire firms for those specific projects. But we don't have like a task order assigned to the DPW department per se.
Okay, so this would be utilized to supplement those individuals who are able to do the design work?
That's correct. It'd be to hire, specifically have engineers to address whatever our needs are. Right now, when we issue an RFP for design services, it's for a specific project.
Okay, and what about project management?
Yeah, so I think, Director Williams and I actually had that discussion a little bit earlier this week about trying to also look to do the same thing in the project management and construction management field as well.
Okay, and you have a specific number in this in which you said this will allow you to hire 5 individuals. But is it hiring 5 individuals, or is it just engaging in services for project design and project management? Or is it actually, when you say hire 5 at what? At part-time, at exactly what? Or is it project design, project management?
So what that number was is we looked at being able to bring on 5 engineers at a contracted rate of $125,000, and then utilizing the rest of the money for office supplies and equipment. Of course, Senator, that would depend on the negotiations that we have, but that's just the average number that we use to come up to that five number.
Okay, then that contradicts your statement before where you said part-time. If you bring them on at 125, they're full-time, dedicated to public work. They can't be part-time at 125.
So let me clarify. What it would allow them to do is we'd be hiring them as contract employees, so they would still be able to take on work outside of the department. They wouldn't be like a NOPA department employee. They'd be a contract employee, so they'd be able to take on other contracts with other entities. So I don't want it not part-time, but they'd be contracted employees. So it would give them that freedom and flexibility as long as they're able to meet our timelines and guidelines.
Okay, I'll go to the next senator, then I'll come back. Senator Sauer, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to all. Good morning to the testifiers. I think I have an issue with the verbiage in the bill when it comes to appropriation bills, to just take 2.1 million from the general fund. We didn't really look at this section of Act 8365 and deduct the particular number of the general fund. And Director O'Neill, you know how these budget bills are written, where you have to do a deduction and then change the overall number of the budget bill for 2021 and then going into 2022. What's the line item? Is it subsection B, C of, you know? So the verbiage of the bill, I don't think it needs to be revised. But the intent is noble, so I don't want to have the bill sponsor look at me sideways like I'm trying to kill the bill. But we just have to write the bill correctly in bill format. Secondly, Commissioner Gabriel, we do need a skilled workforce, specifically for these technical tasks. This is the last quarter that we're in. So we're giving you $700,000 for the 21, 22, 23 fiscal years, but if you're in the last quarter, you don't need the full $700,000, correct? But Director Actaleen, you already nodded. You want your full $700,000, Director Actaleen?
No, and the reason I say that, Senator, is because in order to execute the contract, we have to identify the entire amount for the contract.
Okay. So what would be the salary range, roughly?
1 minute.
So it would be on a not to exceed basis. So it'd be based on billable hours, but we're assuming
So tell me, was it not to exceed
$125,000?
500,000, you said?
No, I said 125.
Oh, okay. 125. And then tell me the time frame. The time frame for a project now in comparison to if you're granted this request, what would the time frame be? What's the time frame now to move a project with the few engineers you have?
That's a good question. So on the buildings, what we're doing right now is we're utilizing the ODR's task order contracts to be able to supplement our engineering services, but we prefer to be able to do those functions in-house. Right now, it's taken about, I would say, anywhere from 3 to 6 months to design based on the size of the project. And of course, for the larger, more ambitious projects like the schools and stuff, it takes on 12 to 18 months.
So if you have this team, would it shorten the time frame?
I think so, because then we'd be able to spread the workload out amongst our local engineers and give them, less projects to be working on.
Time.
Okay, so I think that we need to revise the verbiage in the budget bill, and a long-term solution, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, is I know in my fellow countrymen down in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, when they had a shortage of teachers, they began to invest in scholarships. Like WAPA have the same program, and those teachers came back and they were required to give the government some years. I think we probably need to fund some scholarships specific to public works, and that would guarantee you a workforce in Medilota College for like maybe 7 to 10 years. And if you keep funding those scholarships, you will always have a revolving door of engineers that are coming fresh from college with the latest expertise, and there's opportunity to grow in that position. So I think that we may need to look at, for the budget, offering such an option or a solution. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Sairo. And this will be more, I guess, to the sponsor when it's on your time, Senator Blyden, in reference to the amount proposed in the bill. Since we're in the last quarter, you would cut that, you'd cut that amount by 4. Divide by 4 is 175,000. What was the response to that particular? Director, you're muted.
No, the reason why it's critical is because in order to execute the contract, we have to be able to identify the complete funding source for contracts. We can't, if it's a position, we understand we could do it partially, but for contracts, we must identify the full amount of the contract in order to execute it.
And for a contract to execute it, you could say 175,000 for FY21, 700,000 for FY22.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. We are already into the last quarter, so I can't see that. Now, when you say hire, Commissioner Gabriel, can you use the word hire in your testimony? Hire as a government employee?
No, I appreciate you for calling that out and for the clarification. No, it would be to engage them on a contractual basis. And then, of course, I think where you're going is it would be based on billable hours and have a not to exceed for that 125 or whatever we negotiate with them.
Okay, and I am not. No, I was disengaged. I'm sorry. I got to get it for myself. Yeah, you made me lose my train of thought now. Senator James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I just want to ask Commissioner Derek Gabriel, you mentioned part-time engineers. That's your intention, is to have them as part-time, right?
So they'd be hired on a contractual basis, Senator James. So it wouldn't be part-time, it'd be more on a billable hours basis. I just want to clarify that.
So what would the daily work look like? Like how many minimum hours they have to commit? Is it certain days they can be off? They can pick and choose when they come? Like how is it gonna be like? What's their work schedule gonna look like?
It would be based on the projects that they're assigned. The different projects have different workloads, if you will. As we get the more complex projects on board, their workload would increase exponentially. But right now, if you just take the projects that we had, they probably would be able to dedicate, I would say, probably anywhere from 30 to 40 hours a week. But as that workload ramps up, and as you get to the more complex projects, it would take some time. It would take additional time.
That was just my main concern when I heard something about part-time, because I know you have a lot on your plate right now, and I want to make sure that individuals direct their focus to what is before us instead of being able to take on other projects. So as far as that, I look forward to seeing that coming to fruition. I'm not going to be an obstructionist. I think this bill is necessary. My good millennial colleague mentioned some suggestions to the sponsor of the legislation. But my only concern here today is that we speak about transparency. And like I said, there's no way, shape, or form I'm causing trouble. But it disturbs me when I'm reading a testimony that says the Department of Public Works has not discussed this particular need with OMB and further did not submit a request for supplemental funding in FY 2021. What's up with that, Commissioner Gabriel?
So I think Director O'Neill addressed it before. What we've been discussing with Director O'Neill is actually bringing on the positions
1 minute.
As GVI employees. So we'd be hiring, like she mentioned, we did send up a supplemental that included 5 engineering positions, as well as some other project inspectors for this fiscal year. So we did discuss it. I think the difference is just that this gives us, this measure seeks to hire them on or bring them on a contractual basis. So this is something different, and she's correct. What we discussed was bringing on GVI employees.
And the stenographer said to speak up, or I guess media could turn up the volume. I just saying, right? Certain things don't need to be stay internal. Like this don't need to be placed on the record. Y'all deal with that outside. But when we as a body reads this and the community goes on the drive and read these testimonies, it shows that there are no conversations being taken place. So please don't keep that internal. We don't need to be seeing that. We just need to know what you need, and we make it happen. That's our job, to appropriate. Please. But as far as your priorities right now, you have a lot of projects before you. And as we speak about engineers, say for instance, this bill becomes law today or tomorrow, straight out of the door, straight out of the gate, what are the top priorities? Do you have that already written down? Do you have a plan in place? What does that look like if you get these engineers?
Time.
Yeah, so thank you for that. So of course, Director Williams Acton would chide me. We do have our priority projects they engage, they include a number of community projects with sports parks and recreations, of course. We have our road projects. We have our government buildings. So that would be it would be to address that first tranche of projects that's coming out right now. That is focused on getting the communities back in functioning order.
Through the
And then,
chair,
of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention our road projects, because that's a very big priority for us as well.
Through the chair, I just want to request some form of document that speaks to their top priorities, so we can be able to drill down and be able to hold them accountable as far as what are their priorities. So we know for sure we can, when they come to this body and there's a update, a status update, we can continue to just keep our fingers on the pulse as far as what they're doing. Because currently, I know the governor mentioned that he has top 100 priorities, but it seems like the priorities are changing every day. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James. I'm sure that disaster recovery and public works chairs will make sure that we get that information. Senator Fred Gregory, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues and good afternoon to the testifiers. So I heard something that was a little confusing to me. The Department of Public Works, in their 22 budget submission, requested 5 new engineering positions. Did I hear that correctly? Yes? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. So these 5 positions are included in the 7? This is on top of the, so the 7 is on top of the 5?
This would be on top of the 5, that's correct.
So you need, how much positions there is? 12? More? That's what you're saying?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Senator, we probably need more.
Stay with me.
We have
Stay with me. Let me ask the questions here. So you need 12 positions. So when you all were submitting your FY 2021 budget, why didn't we have the open and earnest conversation? It just seems very odd to me that your OMB director will be saying one thing and Public Works is saying the next. We got to do better than this, to the point of the previous speaker. So that's something that we need to work out. I'm not going to stay on that because as I look at what is presented, I am a little concerned because, you know, I think that what the Department of Public Works should be talking about is to enter into master contracts, master agreements. So you have these, and you call them task orders. And in the task ordering, you would have Donna, Tom, and Harry's architectural and engineering services. They fall under your master contract. When Department of X calls you and say, hey, I need an engineer, an architect, then that architect will go in and provide a service to Department X.
1 minute.
I don't understand why we are doing what we're doing here. It's very confusing, and I think that we are making things a lot complicated. And we also need to remind ourselves that at some point, these funds that we are looking at as it relates to our disaster recovery are going to run out. And as we move to place these, even in the budget process, as we move to place these positions in our budget, it presents a problem for us down the road because we are going to find ourselves with, if we were to hire all these employees, and that's the other thing, do we believe that we are able to bring all of these individuals on? The answer is no, because we know what our reality is. We talk about workforce development now, and it takes time for us to get to this, to become an engineer, if you will. How long it takes to be an engineer? 5 to 7, about 5 years. So I just need to understand, what is it why is it that we don't have by now some sort of a clear system from the Office of ODR, the Public Works, the OMB, cohesively as to what it is that the government is looking for in order to support the needs as it relates to the disaster recovery. Because I'm certain that this legislation is to support disaster recovery in the territory. So help me to understand. I've said a lot, but I said a lot for a reason, because I don't really have a lot of questions, because...
But so, Senator, if I may, thank you for that. The strategy is twofold here. There's salaried positions at the current salary rates, which is not really competitive. What we're seeking to do here is to create some contract positions where there's billable hours that will help to push forward these projects. And they're not tied to the budget. So at any point where the contract is completed, we can terminate the
Yes, so you need a master agreement. So you need a master contract. That's a discussion that we should be having, not individuals. We need a master contract. However, the other challenge that what you're proposing brings is you have individuals that are salaried in the government. When they start working along with these individuals who are contracted, who's making significantly more money than them, that's going to present another problem. So we have to figure out how we are going to do this in earnest so we don't have compounded issues. People are going to become disgruntled. So we have to figure out exactly what it is that we want and what we're looking for. And while doing so, we have to ensure that we are not creating any additional internal issues for ourselves. Because you know what's going to happen? When y'all come before this body to defend your budgets, you're going to come back in the following year, in the next 2 years, saying, well, we have an issue because the people are leaving in droves because they're making enough money, and the union negotiations is this, and it is that. And what we're doing is we're compounding the problems, okay? We have to figure, this is not rocket science. We can do better than this. We need to look at task orders, use the Virgin Islands Port Authority model, and we'll be well on our way. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Chief.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Ms. Williams-Axelrod, you were saying something?
Yes, I just wanted to be clear, though. We have 3 task order contracts. We have one with DLR, we have one with Jeridian, and we also have one with, I'm forgetting the next one. Oh, Springline. And those contracts are task order contracts. We have a plethora of projects, and sometimes these costs that are associated with these task order contracts are exorbitant, and these projects only have a small amount of admin
So you don't have sufficient
support.
So you don't have sufficient.
So no, we don't.
Okay,
we do
so
not. And we need to have smaller individual task orders. Sorry, Senator.
1 minute.
Individual task order that's a little bit more effective for these smaller projects.
Okay, so if we're supposed to appropriate the money so it could go toward task orders, wouldn't that help? That you're able to expand the amount that you have for task orders, whether it's for design, whether it's for project management, and not to hire somebody, one person at 125, but you would have the 700,000 available for task orders relative to project management, design, etc.
Yes, yes, we can structure it, but we need to be able to hire smaller firms, whether it's a one person who have gone off and gone to do their own business.
And that is fine. I don't think we have an issue in terms of hiring smaller firms, but I don't want to put out there that we will be able to hire somebody at 125,000 when your engineer that have been there for 20 years making less than 100,000. That is going to create issues if it is task-oriented, where we know if we have a road project, that a $5 million design road project, and you have to pay somebody X amount, 50,000 for the design, then it is paid for that particular project.
And Senator, that is absolutely correct. The way this is structured, these engineers will only be tasked particular projects. So they're not guaranteed to make 125,000. They can get 4 projects, and they don't have any fringe benefits, etc. That's completely different than the employees. So it will be on a task order basis because they have to do their billable hours to whatever particular project that they've been assigned.
Okay, thank you so much. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Director Williams-Octolin, I think you just testified that the task order contracts or master contracts that you currently have, sometimes the costs are exorbitant because you're utilizing large companies. But we're paying for a service, right? So if the service is worth X dollars, I don't care whether the company is a small company or large company. You have to pay for the service. That's the issue, right? I'm not following when you said that the large task order contracts, the cost a whole lot of money, and you're looking for small businesses, is the same money. What are you saying? That if I have a project for whatever that project is, if I give it to large company X over here, it gonna cost me. If I give it to small company over here, and not give it to large company over there, it gonna cost me less? It's the service. Yes. So what are we saying? Now, it sounds like I'm hearing some price gouging discussions then. It don't have nothing to do with the size of the business. It has to do with the service that's being provided. So let me understand.
Okay, I'd be happy to discuss this. When within each project, there's only a certain amount of money that's allowed for design services. And within certain projects, there aren't any funds designated for design services. So what we prefer to do is to utilize the engineers at the Department of Public Works to be able to do that, because that's how the cost for the funding was put together, was estimated by whoever the federal agency, typically it's FEMA. So what we're seeing now is that the larger firms, if we have and this is proven because there's several contractors, engineers in DPW that is on this structure, we're able to assign it to them, and it's just straight billable, straight hours that are not excessive. When we get these task orders back sometimes from these firms, they're high, and sometimes a project doesn't even support it. So this is why we're trying to find another mechanism in order to get some of these smaller projects done where we have smaller amount of fees coming in to do these design services. This is actually proven. This isn't where we're guessing. I have task orders that we say, okay, we can't do this. This is sitting on the side because this is way too expensive.
Okay, thank you so much. Now the bill sponsor, Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I met several times with the Department of Public Works. I've had discussion with Director Octolin. They're the one that's in the trenches every day. I asked them what can be done in order to address the gap and to fill the void with what's going on right now in the space with all of these billions of dollars in recovery funds. Director Octolin, how many capital projects you have pending at this moment, estimately?
So we have about 221 projects that are at the point where they're ready to get started and moving, either design or out to bid. So they'll need engineering services or project management, construction management.
And based on what we are trying to accomplish with this piece of legislation, what will that do in terms of assisting and moving forward these projects in a timely fashion?
It will provide DPW with engineers that will be able to assist in moving these projects forward, and it will give them access to the other engineers out there that refuse to come and work on as employees because of all of the other work that's out there.
And Commissioner Gabriel, let me ask you quickly. Right now, at the Department of Public Works, you have engineer that works on the federal side and engineer that works in your department. Do you have any issues at this moment when it comes to that with the employees?
No. No.
Thank you for that.
No.
And,
There's a preference on either side.
and I must say, yes, I agree that we must find a way to increase the salaries of our employees in terms of on the payroll when it comes to engineers, because they deserve way more. And we spoke to that also, and you say you're going to work on that moving forward, which is a good thing. But in the interim, at this moment, at this time, the projects need to move. They're not moving. And it behooves all of us to be creative and find a way to assure that we bring on engineers by whatever means necessary to move the project. That's what do I think. Let me ask, in terms of your statement, and my colleagues did have a point when it comes to task orders. But Director Acton, you spoke to that, and can you clarify for me in terms of why we went this route in terms of actually bringing on individuals instead of going through that other route?
So, Senator, we have these contracts where they're task orders, all of whatever projects that are assigned, they have to bill the hours to the particular project. So we expect that all of these projects has to be task ordered to the engineers, whatever contract that they've been assigned. So they would be contract employees of DPW and not be getting any fringe benefits. They would just be getting their straight hourly rate plus whatever expenses.
Time.
And Commissioner Gabriel, how many engineers do you have on board right now?
Thanks for the question. I'm going to ask Mr. Jennings to answer that question for me.
Yes, we currently have 6 on the local end and 7 on the federal side.
And what's the number in terms of that's necessary in terms of capacity and right size for the department that you believe is needed and necessary in order to run the department efficiently and effectively?
Right now, we've been looking at adding another 8 to 12, just based on the amount of the over 1,500 plus projects we have coming on board.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your responses, Mr. Chair. Again, I want to thank you for the time and colleagues that asked for your support. I know, yes, it needs amending in terms of the language, but the outcome needs to be the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. The committee will take a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion. I move Bill number 34.0033, an act appropriating $2,100,000 from the general fund to the Department of Public Works in fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, for the purpose of expending $700,000 in each fiscal year, 2021, 2022, and 2023, to allow the Department of Public Works to contract for skilled engineering services for critically important capital projects for the government of the Virgin Islands be held in this committee for further amendments. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Saru. And I think Senator Fred Gregory, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0033, an act appropriating $2,100,000 in the general fund to the Department of Public Works in fiscal year ending September 30, 2021, for the purpose of expending $700,000 each in fiscal years 2021, 2022, and 2023 to allow the Department of Public Works to contract for skilled engineering services for critically important capital projects of the government of the Virgin Islands will be held in the Committee of Finance for part of amendments. Colleagues, and to those who are listening, we are going to move this particular bill. However, we are going to restructure the bill a bit and make sure that it states for engineering and architectural services, where it can be done as task orders, and not that we hiring individuals at $125,000. The Committee of before we go to the next bill, I'm going to dismiss everyone from this particular bill with the exception of Ms. O'Neill. The rest of you guys can enjoy your day. And we will take a brief 2-minute recess. The Committee on Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item?
Bill number 34-0039, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Sections 706C and 766C, relating to service retirement annuities to permit retired corrections officers to re-enter government service and retain their service retirement annuities, proposed by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Invited testifiers, Dana Clendenin, Director, Division of Personnel; Winnie Testamark, Director, Bureau of Correction of the Virgin Islands; Rael Faulkner, Assistant Director for Administration and Compliance, Bureau of Corrections of the Virgin Islands; Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 34-0039? Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Before I proceed with this bill, I would like to introduce my summer intern, Miss Enelis Knight. Enelis Knight is a senior at the St. Croix Central High School and plans to go to college to be a dental hygienist when she finishes high school. She's now currently working in my office, doing a magnificent job thus far. She doesn't have as much mouth as her father, but she's doing a very good job, and I thank her. This is her actual first full summer job. She have did like part-times before, but this is the first time she's going to go right through the summer with a, learning to earn some wages and also be a part of this branch of government and understand what it is about. Let us see that beautiful smile. Came from your mom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair?
They want a round of applause for the young lady, so let's give her a round of applause.
Bill 34-0039 seeks to really bring some aid and assistance to the BOC, badly needed manpower. BOC on the island of St. Croix right now is in the need of 79 correction officers, but at this present time has 54. On the island of St. Thomas, they need 63 officers, but presently have 27. The recruitment drive has been going on in the Bureau for Correction for quite some time, and it's also a part of the consent decree that they meet these mandates with efficient amount of staffing in order to run the Bureau adequately and safely. This bill seeks to do nothing different than what we did with the police officer, with the nurses and teacher, because it's been difficult recruiting people to work in the Bureau. At this present time, there's approximately 22 correction officers that can retire. It's not about when, it's a matter about if they do go, what drastic problems will occur in the Bureau. I stand here and I ask my colleagues to support this measure and make sure we bring well-needed relief to the BOC. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I'll now allow the testifiers to put the name and title on the record, beginning. Mr. Senator Johnson, you want to state who your co-sponsors are on the bill?
Without a doubt. Vice President, Senator Nobel Francis, also my bunker buddy here, Senator Javon James, are co-sponsors with this piece of legislation.
Thank you. You almost lost a vote just now on a particular bill, so just want you for next time.
Thank you very much.
I'll allow you to put your name and title on the record, those who are testifying virtually, beginning with Division of Personnel.
Morning all, Dana Clendenin, Director, Division of Personnel.
Management and Budget.
That's right.
Good afternoon, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you. And now Ms. Director Testamark.
Good afternoon, Director Testama, Bureau of Corrections. I have with me today Assistant Director Riel Faulkner, Administration and Compliance, and Mr. Everett Hansen, Operations, Assistant Director Operations.
Okay, they're going to need to put the name on the record themselves, please.
Okay, Riel Faulkner, Assistant Director for Administration and Compliance, Bureau of Corrections.
Next.
Everett Hansen, Assistant Director, Bureau of Corrections.
Okay, and Ms. Director Tessamark, you have somebody else there. Do they need to put the name on the record or no?
No, I have a BOC Legal Counsel, Mr. Vidal, Kevin Vidal, and I have our Program and Grants Manager, Mr. Peter Abrams, and our Strategic Officer, Mr. Kaiser Carwood.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's begin with you, Ms. O'Neill. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are discussing matters related to the government employees retirement system. And I think it was important for us to have the leadership or representative from the GRS here today providing testimony on this measure, because we all know that for years, Section 706C has been a challenge. 1C has been a challenge for this particular law that was enacted. So I really wish GRS was here, because that would help me to make my decision. I don't think that we should be making any decisions that impact the system, absence of their presence, particularly in the precarious times that we are in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gregory. I will begin with testimony. Director O'Neill.
Not a senator. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Kirk Violet and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of to your invitation to testify on Bill number 34-0039. An act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Sections 706C and 766C, relating to service retirement annuities to permit retired corrections officers to re-enter government service and retain their service retirement annuities. I recognize the recruiting challenges being faced by the Bureau of Corrections and encourage recruitment in any way that is feasible. Relative to the annuities, the Director of the Division of Personnel is better equipped to address that. But from an OMB perspective, however, as long as BOC has budgeted vacant positions, I have no opposition to this measure. I remain available for questions.
Thank you so much, Director O'Neill. Director Clendenin.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Violet, Chairman of the 34th Legislature's Committee on Finance, other distinguished committee members, non-committee members, our listening and viewing audience, and the Division of Personnel's team. My name is Dana Clendenin, and I serve as the Director of the Division of Personnel. Thank you for the invitation to offer testimony on Bill number 34-009, which seeks to amend the VI Code to allow the Bureau of Corrections officers to be added to the short list of GVI retirees who would be permitted to re-enter government service while retaining their retirement service annuities for up to 2 years. First, we commend the legislature on being a proactive partner in recruitment, particularly in the critical area of law enforcement. As we have indicated, staffing issues at the Bureau of Corrections are impacted by a number of variables. which our DOP team has sought to tackle with a few out-of-the-box strategies. Administering the entrance exams every 10 weeks, partnering with BOC to offer complimentary study materials, and inviting candidates who have already sat the exam to try again. Those strategies have increased the pass rate in both districts by more than 50% in comparison to previous years. And we've referred a historic total of 80 candidates to the Bureau within 2 years. Interestingly enough, similar proposals are being considered on the federal level as well. Through the Retirement Services Division under the U.S. Office of Personnel Management, we found out that general retirement and annuity policies have not changed despite efforts to close workforce gaps and rehires. The ability for rehired employees to receive both annuity payments and a full salary is not available to all across the board with the civil service or federal service. And those whose annuities do not stop upon reemployment with the government will have their pay reduced by the amount of the annuity received for the period they worked. In closing, thank you for the opportunity to be part of the discussion, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Director Clendenin. And now, Bureau of Corrections.
Good morning, Chairman PLA, members of the Committee on Finance, other distinguished members of the 34th Legislature, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Winnie Testamark, Director of the Bureau of Corrections, Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. The Bureau supports Bill number 340039, which seeks to amend Title III, Section 706C and 755C of the Virgin Islands Code to add correction officers to the list of occupations that may re-enter government service for up to 2 years while still receiving their government employees' retirement systems pensions. Retired nurses, police officers, and teachers now have the right to do so under current law. You will recall, Mr. Chairman, that the Bureau submitted a similar proposal to the 33rd Legislature in March 2020. In fact, at last year's budget hearing, we urged favorable consideration of that measure as a way of further reducing overtime costs. We are grateful that this bill is being debated and considered, and we thank the members of the 34th Legislature for moving it forward. The Bureau welcomes any initiative to responsibly increase correctional officers' staffing at its facilities. If enacted, this bill could benefit the Bureau in important ways. We see it as an additional recruitment tool that will give the bureaus a significant and immediate staff boosting if retired correctional officers return in sufficient numbers. Plus, it gives the Bureau the benefit of the years of experience and collective wisdom that these retired correctional professionals bring. If the measure is enacted, the Bureau would work with our partners at Division of Personnel to identify and screen eligible retirees. Several retired correctional officers have already expressed interest in taking advantage of this initiative if the bill is enacted. This legislation alone will not solve the Bureau's correctional officer shortages, of course, but if enacted, it will help stabilize security staff at our facilities and give us a temporary boost in manpower while we continue to aggressively recruit new correctional officers. Those recruitment officers are finally beginning to bear fruit, but it will take time to reach the staffing levels we need. I am happy to report that 9 correctional recruits have already joined the Bureau this year. In addition to those, we have 4 correctional recruits currently in post-training academy. This is the largest group of correctional recruits to join the Bureau in quite some time. In fact, all 5 correctional recruits on St. Croix joined the Bureau within the last year. Of the 19 correctional recruits hired territory-wide over the past 5 years, 13 or 68% were hired within the last 2 years. We are making steady progress in attracting new corrections recruits. But the Bureau needs to maintain its recruitment outreach and enhance it just to keep pace with routine correctional officer attrition through retirement and resignations. At present, at least 22 correctional officers territory-wide are eligible to retire. There are at least 3 reasons why this legislation, as amended, deserves your favorable consideration. First, it will significantly assist the Bureau in meeting its legal obligations. The Constitution requires adequate staffing for the protection of inmates and detainees. Prisons and jails that have severe staffing shortages put both inmates and staff at higher risk of harm and are more vulnerable to litigation and have more difficulty providing rehabilitation and reentry programs and services to inmates. Second, in policy terms, the cost of doing nothing must be measured against the incremental cost of adding correctional officers to the existing law. Bringing on an adequate number of retired correctional officers would reduce overtime, guard against employee burnout, and promote safety and security within our facilities. Third, as a matter of equity, correctional officers should be allowed to return to service like other essential workers. Correctional officers do the grueling and difficult work needed to keep inmates and the public safe. The Bureau look forward to working with Post Council, GERS, the Division of Personnel, and this body to maximize the benefits that this bill will provide to the Bureau. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I urge the committee's favorable consideration of this important legislation. The benefits to the Bureau of allowing retired correctional officers to return to duty will be substantial. Adequate correctional officers staffing is indispensable to safe and secure prisons and jails. If enacted, this measure has the potential of stabilizing security, staffing at our facilities while we continue to aggressively recruit new correctional officers. Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you for allowing me to testify before you today. My staff and I are available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Director Tessemark. We'll go to a round of questioning. Senator Blyden, you recognize 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon again to my colleagues and testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I too, first of all, I want to commend the sponsors for bringing this legislation forward because it is necessary at this time. But at the same time, I would have loved to have GRS here also because I know that we have several individuals here in the territory who retired and came back and gave their services, and now they are being penalized in many ways in terms of having to pay back. And some of them aren't even getting a retirement check because they have to pay back large sums of money. And I would have liked to hear from GRS as to why this is occurring and have something on the record from them stating that this would not happen to the individuals if this bill is passed moving forward, because that's a problem and it needs to be corrected. So that is my major concerns. But nonetheless, let me ask quickly, Director Tessemark, good afternoon. Good to see you again. Let me ask you, I know you have a shortage of correction officers at the Bureau. What's the number of correctional officers you're short? How many officers short are you at this time?
Well, this is Ralph Faulkner, Assistant Director for Administration and Compliance. Rather than numbers, I would prefer to use percentages. We have staffing plans that were filed with the court in the various consent decree cases, and those govern what our staffing levels ideally should be. So at the St. Croix facility, the John A. Bell Adult Correctional Facility.
Excuse me. Can you speak up? We cannot really hear you. It's kind of hard to hear you.
Okay, what I was saying is what I would give you are percentages of staffing shortages rather than actual physical numbers. At the John A. Bell Correctional Facility on St. Croix, we have about a 30% staffing shortage if you consider what is ideal under the staffing plan filed with the courts in the consent decree case. At the St. Thomas Jail, also known as the Alexander A. Farrelly Criminal Justice Complex, our staffing shortage is a bit more acute. We're looking at between a 45 and 48% staffing shortage compared to what the staffing plan that's filed in court said we should have.
And that's critical. Now let's go to the overtime. How many funds do we extend on an average in overtime on an annual basis, Director?
1 minute.
Last year was 2.7 million. Yeah, last year we had about 2.7 million. We were down 7.7% in overtime last year.
And do we do we know what that number looks like in terms of a pool of retirees who might or can come back to assist the Bureau?
Well, what we were doing informally was gathering a list of all the people who called once they heard that this bill proposal might come into fruition, and we were able to have about 12 names on that list.
And as a result of those 12 coming back online, do you know approximately by how much amount that would reduce your overtime pay?
No, we haven't analyzed that yet because it's rather speculative, Senator, so far to know how many would actually come back once the bill is passed and once they receive the necessary assurances that, they will not be penalized in any way.
And of course, I hope that we are doing everything possible to onboard other individuals in terms of addressing a shortage and dealing with a consent decree. And I want to thank you guys so much for your testimony and what you do. Mr. Chair, I want to thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. You should have that type of analysis done, or you should know if we get back one employee, overtime will be reduced by X amount of hours, 4 employees, X amount of hours. Some type of an analysis should have been done. One full-time employee, how would that impact your overtime? If you should be able to project because you are going to be using your vacancy savings for this. So if you can project, then you are not going to know how much of your vacancy savings you need to retain or how much you need to use. So nobody have run any numbers? Has anybody from the Bureau of Corrections done an analysis as to how 5 employees coming back would impact the overtime?
Senator Bailey, no, we have not. We're in the process of running that analysis based on the different initiatives that we're thinking about implementing.
Okay, because one of the issues that we have a lot of time is that we pass a measure that is supposed to reduce a category, and then 9 months down the line, we ask about overtime, and overtime have actually increased. And then we say, but we did this, what really happened? So, we're going to need some type of assurance that, and it should impact. It should impact the overtime numbers. But I'll move on to the next senator, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized. Senator Kenneth Gittins, thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you and listening and present. In my bill, Mr. Chair, I would just like to say the EDA executive director wasn't a part of the thing. Could we take a recess and then contact Mr. Nibbs one time to have add him on to this bill? Same process. If that's such a critical part, I think if we could get him on the phone, he would suffice for like how we did before.
Okay, let me see if I could get him. The committee stands in recess for 1 minute.
Thank you.
The Committee of Finance is back on the record. I'll continue with the debate time. Colleagues, we have a motion or we moving or we debating? Motion, Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 34-0039, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Section 706C and 766C, relating to service retirement annuities to permit retired corrections officers to re-enter government service and retain their service retirement annuities be held in this committee at the call of the chair. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Sarro, seconded by Senator Blyden, and Senator Fred Gregory, objected to by Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Senator Carrion is no.
Senator Carrion, nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Janelle K. Sarro. Senator Sarro, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0039, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Section 706C and 766C, relating to service retirement annuities to permit retired correction officers to enter government service and retain their service retirement annuities, will be held in the Committee of Finance and be heard at the discretion of the chair. Just some information, we are going to ask the Bureau of Corrections to provide us with an economic analysis, the impact that bringing on additional officers in reference to overtime. And we are going to have a further discussion of this particular bill in the subcommittee for GRS, where we want to look at a particular section that speaks to employees coming back to work after the retirement period. So we're going to try our best to correct the issues that we see in that particular area, or to clarify, to make sure that the language is clear, and then we will hear this bill again. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to be on the record that at the state and time that we're in with the Bureau of Correction, the lacking of staff, the lacking of getting the opportunity to hire and keep up to the mandate of the consent decree is a very important initiative that we move this bill. Bureau of Correction are few among the men in blue that can be acquired and do the job. It's not the average job where you can just find a correction officer on the street and pick him up. So it's very important that we do everything we can to make sure that this don't stay in committee too long and move forward. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Duly noted, and the Committee of Finance will be having hearings for the entire summer, so at any point we can add the bill back onto the agenda with the recommended amendments. Senator Fred Gregory, point of what? Information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important that I put on the record that when we look at legislations of this nature, we have to be comprehensive. The challenges that we have in this territory is not only around correction officers. We just had a meeting earlier. Earlier we spoke about a particular bill. We are short accountants, engineers, architects. Our disaster recovery is in jeopardy. So if we are going to have a conversation as it relates to the government employees retirement system, we need to be comprehensive. We have yet as a body to bring a measure that addresses the GRS system. So we need to order things properly in this institution. We have to order things properly. So we formed a subcommittee, and the subcommittee has a role, right? So we are working in the subcommittee to ensure that we are able to bring before the people of the Virgin Islands, particularly those that are impacted by the retirement system, something comprehensive, and it may include this. We sat here today, there was no one from the government employees retirement system that was able to testify to talk about how what we currently have in place is impacting the system. So we have to be mindful of those things, colleagues. So it's not that we are not in favor of moving this forward, but we also have a responsibility to be mindful of the decisions we make, because the decisions that we make will impact the future of this Virgin Islands. And all of us, once there is a future, because we are not going to be here forever, the people need to know that we were here and we did our best, and not turn back and say, but who made this decision? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I respect everyone's decision, and we're going to move on to the next. But corrections is one of those entities where the people who end up in our society, the ills on the side of our society, you have a certain group of people, police officers who wrong them up, court systems who put them in prison, and corrections personnel who deal with them on a day-to-day basis. But then also for my colleague to say that we haven't brought any legislation, again, in regards to GRS, Act 8383, when the governor mentioned that he had $60 million, would have put $30 million into GRS. Is the governor and the team skewed and changed the numbers to 10.8, and we still can't get a $5.8 million to go to GRS. So, let's not make statements mixing apples with oranges. But in corrections, again, the experience. When you train a class, they take X amount of weeks, you could bring back a person who has been skilled and trained, totally different person. So again, for safety purposes and stuff, is why, but again, we support and we move on because we made a decision. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, and point of inquiry, Senator, not inquiry, information. Go ahead, proceed, Senator Gittins.
Both. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in addition to your request for the economic impact, I just wanted to be clear to the director through the chair if she can include the number of officers that will be able to retire within the next 5 years, and how many in the ready line now today that are actually willing to stay on if this measure were to pass. And I just wanted to say as well, the point of information is that we do need to incentivize our employees rather than looking at this measure, because again, as stated before, we need to proceed with caution as it pertains to the government employees retirement system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. I know that GRS was not invited. However, we did have a discussion with CEO, Mr. Austin Nibs, who put his position on the record to all of us. Well, at least in, he wasn't here, but his position is that all individuals coming back should pay some type of contribution to the system. But this bill is not going to be forgotten about, because we know that we need additional correction officers. We know that it's important for us to get them on board. I think we just need to make sure that the language is clear in reference to anyone who perhaps might stay longer than the 2-year period not being penalized like a number of the employees have been penalized now because they went beyond a 2-year period and were getting a salary from both entities. So I will work with the sponsor of the bill so that we can be able to make some particular amendments, and then we will bring it back at one of the finance meeting, the budget meeting that we're having. We'll have it at the end of the agenda. We won't necessarily require testimony. We'll get in contact with GRS and close all the gaps, and then we'll vote on this particular measure so that we can get individuals into the Bureau of Correction. Before we move to the next bill, let's take a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Senator Gittens, you want to put that on the record? Okay, just checking. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda, please?
Bill number 34-0077, an act amending the fiscal year 2021 budget to restore the 8% reduction in salaries to the employees of the government of the Virgin Islands pursuant to the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit ruling of November 15th, 2016. Proposed by Senators Kurt A. Viale, Donna A. Fred Gregory, Novell E. Francis Jr., Janelle K. Serow. Invited testifiers, Dana Clendenin, Director, Division of Personnel, and Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. This particular measure was worked on by 4 of us, so I'm going to allow those individuals to put a short justification on the record for Bill number 34-0077. So I'm going to begin with Senator Francis and Senator Serow, then Senator Fred Gregory, and then myself. Just a short justification as to why we are bringing this bill today. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm certainly happy to have been able to work on this particular measure. As you know, back in 2011, 2012, as a result of the hardship, the financial hardship that the government of the Virgin Islands faced, and it was a decision then to there were several decisions that was contemplated. First of all, there was a lot of talk in regards to layoff of individuals, furlough, and there were several options being bandied about in terms of how can we best address the fiscal conditions of the government of the Virgin Islands at that time. It was finally decided then by the legislature under the Economic Stability Act of 2011, Act 7261, that there will be imposition of an 8% reduction to government salaries, and of course it was in terms of a scale as in terms of how much people had made at that time. However, we have come to a point where the governor have indicated, based on a better financial situation at this time, where there should be some consideration for the court decision to make sure that we return the 8% to government employees. So we're at that point, and certainly we had an opportunity to look at the financial summary of the government of the Virgin Islands and see there were it all that we could make some modification to the government expenses and also then the revenues, and be able to pay out the 8% within FY 2021. Hence, there is a decision for us to move this particular measure, Bill 34-0077, so that we could make sure that the government employees restored the 8% reduction. And this really addressed both the individuals as active employees as well as the retired employees of government. And we have gotten a figure from Office of Management and Budget that there is an, this should cost us in the neighborhood of about $36 million, thereabout, up or down slightly, to be able to make this payment. So we're prepared to do that through this measure, and we'll hear from the stakeholders and testifiers in respect to this, and a final decision will be made. I'm not a member of this finance committee, but I certainly implore that we move forward and make sure that we make our government employees whole by returning the 8%. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis, for your explanation of the bill. Senator Serow, another sponsor. Recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This body has made numerous attempts actually to restore the 8%, but the economic climate at the time wasn't right. The revenue was anticipated to come from the sin tax, and that bill but given how volatile the economy is, the revenues weren't, we weren't able to see the fruits of that. So here we are again, and it's definitely time to make the government employees who are affected by this legislation whole. And for the public who continues to ask where you get the money from, the government ain't got the money. Last year, this government, we adopted a budget of $407,081,888. That was our adopted budget that we passed. And what we were able to see in revenues exceeded that. Our revenues ended up being $441,845,355. So we have an excess of $34.76 million in the budget. Director Neal, you're listening? If I'm wrong, correct me in your testimony. But so sometimes this is not a matter of who owns the bill and who it should be for, but the truth of the matter is we shouldn't engage in a back and forth between branches of government. The legislature controls the purse strings of this government. That is our sole, one of our primary responsibilities. We appropriate, and the governor signs into law. So the time has come to do what is right, and the time is always right to do what is right. So here we are today, and this bill should fly by, and it should be 15 years, and it should be signed into law, because we have to make the government employees who are affected whole. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognized for your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, of course, the sponsors of this legislation, we've been paying attention to the fact that the excise taxes were going to come back online once the good Crucian judge was appointed. And we stayed focused. Legislation was put in to address this 8% matter. And we continue to scrub the numbers, continue to stay focused on the revenues, the income tax revenues, the other revenues that were coming into the territory. And whilst we've seen a situation with the concession fees for the lime tree, let us remember that in the beginning of this year, or was it last year? Late last year, we were not poised to collect excise taxes. And we are collecting excise taxes as we speak. And we are projecting that we should see some excise taxes of about $16 million. In addition to the fact that we've seen a boom in our tourism industry, and we've seen a significant amount of dollars coming into the territory on our individual income taxes, our corporate income taxes as a result of our disaster recovery. And we have a myriad of issues, and we have to take something off the table. And this situation occurred somewhere about in 2012, where the salaries were reduced for the government employees. They since took the government to court. They won, and it's time to make the employees whole. I mean, I don't know if it makes them whole, totally whole, because there's a whole nother retroactive discussion that's been going on since I think Alexander Farley was governor, but that's a whole different issue. But I think it's important that we carve out how we're going to address the issues that are impacting the 8% issue, the government employees retirement system, the issues with WAPA, et cetera. And this is a start for us to take this whole 8% issue off the table
so we could focus. We can't have all these things in the fire and we are great at nothing. Nothing is being resolved. So we're at the point where we see the window to resolve this particular issue, and in our 2022 budget, we are committed. We've established our subcommittees. We are committed to address some of the issues as it relates to the government employees' retirement system. So we have to carve out what is important, and we recognize this as an important issue at this particular time. So we see that our revenues that we're generating can support this, and at this time is the best time to get this done, take it off the table and keep it moving on another matter. And the other matter would be the retirement system. So that's what we've committed to do as colleagues. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Viale.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with the other individuals who spoke before me. We have been looking at the budget numbers for quite a period of time and was quite pleased when OMB presented before us with the revised projections for fiscal year 21, which definitely shows an increase in individual income tax, an increase in corporate income tax, concession fees that are being collected for the refinery, despite the fact that it has gone down. We have collected some $3 million of the $14 million that was proposed. Looking at the total cumulative numbers, we are seeing that the numbers should be able to support the restoration of the full 8%. We believe that this fiscal year is just about to be concluded. We have one more quarter in the fiscal year, and this is a one-time expense that will not be reoccurring for fiscal year 22. We know that there's some other areas that we need to fill moving forward in terms of adding capacity, employees, et cetera. And we know that a lot of that has been budgeted in the fiscal year 22 budget. And we believe that it would be in the best interest of the government of the Virgin Islands to make these employees whole in reference to the 8% that was taken away in 2011, I think 2012. And by paying the employees these monies, we're also going to generate some revenues back to the government because we'll generate the individual income tax. The monies that are spent, we'll get some additional gross receipts, excise tax, et cetera. So we think that this is a win, and we decided that we wanted to try to deal with this particular obligation this fiscal year because the next fiscal year we have had extensive discussion as to how we're going to be able to provide additional monies for the government employee retirement system. And those measures will be coming. We think that it's a wonderful window for the government of the Virgin Islands. We have looked at the budget and we have seen where, as a result of certain categories of fund, there's an opportunity to supplement certain departments in their ability to move forward. So colleagues, we're asking that you support this measure that seeks to have the employees whole by December 31st, right before the start of the new year. So we're asking for your support. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale. I see we have our testifiers sitting there. We have Director O'Neill and Director Clendenin. Good afternoon to both of you. Director, I'll let Director Clendenin go first. You may start with your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
But before you go, please put your name and title for the record. I apologize. Even though we know, you need to put it on the record.
Thank you. Dana Clendenin, Director, Division of Personnel.
Director
Good
O'Neill.
afternoon, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you so much. We made a mistake with the reading of the short title, so I'm going to have the clerk read the short title back in the agenda again, please. Madam Clerk.
Bill number 34-0077, an act amending Act number 8365, the fiscal year 2021 executive budget, and Act number 8348, the legislature's fiscal year 2021 budget, to restore the 8% reduction in salaries to the employees of the government of the Virgin Islands and for other related purposes, proposed by Senators Kurt A. Violet, Donna A. Fret Gregory, Novell E. Francis Jr., Janelle K. Sarow, Milton E. Potter, Alma Francis Heiliger, and Franklin D. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to allow you, Director O'Neill and Director Clendenin, to put your testimony on the record, beginning with Director O'Neill.
Good afternoon, again, Chairman Kurt Violet and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear pursuant to your invitation to testify on Bill number 34-0077, an act amending the fiscal year 2021 budget to restore the 8% reduction in salaries to the employees of the government of the Virgin Islands pursuant to the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit ruling of November 15, 2016. Mr. Chair, allow me to begin by referencing the second whereas clause referenced in the bill draft, which states, and I quote, "The government has exceeded revenue collection projections for fiscal year 2021, and the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands has determined it appropriate to utilize the excess revenue collected over projections for fiscal year 2021 for repayment of the VIESA debt to government employees," end quote. Goes out the third quarter in fiscal year 2021. And with 3 months left to go, we do not yet know how we will end the fiscal year relative to revenue collections. As a consequence, it's quite premature, especially in light of the continued close of the refinery, to assume that the government has exceeded or even that we will exceed revenue collection projections. Additionally, I would like to clarify and emphasize that cash on hand does not equate to having a surplus. When that reference to cash on hand is made, it is simply a reference to what is in the bank at that time, and in no way takes into account all of the outstanding bills that the government has in the pipeline to be paid, or the invoices that have not yet been received for goods and services that have been procured. It should be noted then that as with any appropriation, if this to be approved and the revenues are not realized as this bill anticipates in order for the payments to be made by December 31st, 2021, it would be within the authority of the governor through the OMB director to reduce the allotments relative to the collection. The salaries to by the governor, which seeks to utilize excise tax.
One minute, Director. 1 minute. We're having a bit of an issue hearing certain parts of your testimony. We're having a little issue. You're coming in and out with certain part of your testimony. Media should go ahead. Okay, you're close enough to your device. You're coming in a little choppy. So let's continue.
Right on it. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, start from additionally.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now.
Okay, additionally, I would like to clarify and emphasize that cash on hand does not equate to having a surplus. When that reference to cash on hand is made, it is simply a reference to what is in the bank at that time, and in no way takes into account all of the outstanding bills that the government has in the pipeline to be paid, or the invoices that have not yet been received for goods and services that have been procured. It should be noted then that as with any appropriation, If this bill were to be approved and the revenues are not realized as this bill anticipates, in order for the payments to be made by December 31st, 2021, it would be within the authority to reduce the allotments relative to the collections. It is therefore my belief that the best solution to the repayment of the 8% reduction in salaries to current and former employees is the bill that was submitted to this body by the governor, which seeks to utilize the funds collected from excise tax collections to address the repayment over 2 years. This will allow for the payments to be made on an ongoing basis and gives the flexibility for the full payment to be made as soon as enough funds have been collected from that source. For the reasons noted, the administration is not in support of this measure. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony, and I remain available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Director O'Neill. Director Clendenin.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, Senator Kirk A. Viale, other distinguished committee members, non-committee members present, our listening and viewing audience, and of course, the Division of Personnel's team. My name is Dana Clendenin, and I serve as the Director of the Division of Personnel. Thank you for the invitation to offer testimony on Bill number 34-0077, which amends the fiscal year 2021 budget, restores the 8% reduction in salaries to GVI employees, and appropriates $38 million to cover the debt owed. On the onset, let me say that getting to this point has been a hard-fought battle, both within the court system for our employees and for our government, which has made financing this obligation a top priority. We commend Governor Albert Bryan Jr. for his proposal to use revenues generated by the excise tax to fund the repayment. That legislation was submitted to this body on or about June 6, 2021, with a further commitment, which the governor outlined in his most recent State of the Territory address, to complete the repayments within 2 fiscal years and make whole all employees who were impacted. As Governor Bryan said in the State of the Territory address, and I quote, "The reduction was perhaps a necessary measure then, but we are in a position now to make amends to the workers who endured that sacrifice. We are pleased to have created a fiscal environment where the repayment of this obligation is finally possible." And I defer to the Office of Management and Budget Director Jennifer O'Neill to speak about the fiscal impact that the current bill, which differs from the governor's proposal, will have. We are finalizing logistics on our end in anticipation of the approval of the governor's proposed bill, which impacts approximately 5,221 government employees. Thank you for your support of the administration on this important matter, and I remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I just want to put on the record that the payment date for this particular measure is December 31st, 2021. So we will know long before December as to exactly how much monies were collected by the government of the Virgin Islands for fiscal year 21. Therefore, if there's any type of under collection, this body stands poised and ready to offer legislation that will fill that particular gap. If you look at the projected numbers for next fiscal year, it is some $120 million above what we projected this year. Now, we know there's going to be an impact with Line 3, et cetera, but we also see in that particular budget, that I don't know if it's, the numbers are going to be revised, but that particular budget we're expending quite a bit of money on 10 million retrofit here and 11 million for workforce development. Additionally, you cannot go on the radio on a regular basis and say the government has 90 days of cash. Money is not a problem. We have 90 days of cash. Money is not a problem. But it's a problem when we need the $10 million for the retirees over 65. And it become a problem when we're trying to pay the 8%. It can't be both ways. It just cannot be both ways. We appropriated monies to pay income tax in the amount, I think, of some $75 million, and the governor has done an excellent job in directing the OMB director. Pay $10 million next week in income tax. Pay 10, give them 15, especially if there's a burning issue and a little negativity that's taking place in the community. The mandate is given right away. Pay $15 million. They will forget about it when I pay them the 15. Well, guess what? The legislature saying pay that 37 by December because we have the money. Pay that money. Colleagues, let's go to a round of questioning. Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and testifiers, thank you again for your testimony. I do stand in support of this legislation. As a matter of fact, I did sign on as a sponsor also. Director O'Neill, your testimony at the end, what did you say? You did not support the legislation? That's what you said? I thought I was hearing things. Am I correct?
Hi, Senator. Good afternoon. No, my comment was that we're not in support of this measure, and instead we're supporting the measure that the governor submitted to pay it over the 2 years. It's not that we won't pay the 8%.
Okay, let me ask you in terms of the numbers and the trend, revenues coming in. What do those numbers look like based on the trend, based on your observation and based on what you have on the website?
Currently, the revenue projections are up there. We are seeing increased revenues as noted by Senator Villalay. The concern, however, is with what's happening with Limetree and a number of different things that may potentially occur because of that. Those numbers will be revised down, and the team is actually working on revising the revenue projections as we speak. So I'm not sure at this point that I can say we will have all of the funding available by December to pay this out, this 38. And in addition to the 38, remember, there is also those semi-autonomous entities that were not included in this 38 that we will have to give funding to as well. And we don't have the numbers for that. Each of those will need to provide that fund, that cost. In addition, we do have some, the supplemental budget requests that we were looking to send down. So there are a number of things that are coming on that may impact the ability to pay it all at once by December. And that is the concern that I have.
Okay, I understand your concern, but about the betting man, I'll bet that we will have the funds to pay. And number two, if not, we do have the right to make changes because that's what we do. So I don't see an issue with that. Let me ask Director Clendalen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In terms of the number of employees, do we have a number of exactly how much individuals will be affected as a result of this piece of legislation?
Right now, we're projecting about 5,221 employees.
5,221 individuals. And imagine those money circulating within the territory.
1 minute.
And as was stated by my colleague, of course, we're going to get our share in terms of taxes, etc. So I think it's an excellent piece of legislation. I look forward to those individuals being made whole. And again, I think it's a good day for government employees and retirees that were affected by this situation. So, Madam Chair, I really don't have anything else to say. Thank you so much. And thank you again for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Sauer, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard the director of OMB indicate that we omitted those in the semi-autonomous agencies and we have to find the funding for that. While you may want to find the funding for that. The truth of the matter is not, we're not obligated to do so because Act 7261, Section 4 says that the salaries of all government employees in the executive and legislative branches shall be reduced by 8% in its discretion. The judiciary will voluntarily comply with this section or request an equivalent reduction in its budget. The Act does not discuss, the Act did not mandate that 8% be taken from the semi-autonomous agencies. If it was taken from those agencies, that was at the discretion of the agency, but the government is not mandated to do such. So I wanted to give that point of information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru. I think I'm hearing a point of inquiry from Senator Francis Heiliger on St. Thomas.
Yes.
You're recognized,
Thank you.
Senator.
Through the chair to the personnel director, during your testimony, you made statements of you are in preparation to follow the recommendation of the governor in regards to preparing for distribution of these funds over a 2-year period. Now, if we are aware that this is not a law in existence, why are you doing so outside of that? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't understand the question.
During the testimony, you spoke about you're currently in preparation to distribute funds over a 2-year period in regards to the recommendation that was sent down by the governor to this body for the payout of these funds for the 8%. I'm asking you, why are you setting up and proceeding with this when it is not currently law to do it that way?
Again, as stated in my testimony, the governor in his state of the territory indicated it was high time, those are my words, not his, that we make this payment, as well as I'm aware that the governor did send down legislation in order to make the government employees whole. And of course, we don't want it to just come upon us, so we get prepared so that the employees are paid timely when the legislation does pass.
Great. So, thank you, Senator Heiliger. So, absolutely, when the legislation does pass, the employees will be paid timely. So, we're good with that. Let me ask a quick question. The semi-autonomous entities that you're referencing, what are they? Because the legislation that the legislature preempted that came down from the Office of the Governor did not include any semi-autonomous agencies. So when did we get that revelation? And what semi-autonomous entities are we referencing?
I believe, I'm sorry, Director O'Neill, do you want me to respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So when we look at Act 7261, Section E of the same Section 4 speaks to the section applying to all autonomous and semi-autonomous agencies' instrumentalities. It is, we are speaking of those that does not flow through our system.
I did not ask that,
have that in.
Ms. Director Clendon, and I was very specific because Ms. O'Neill, so I think she should be the one answering the question. Since she referenced the semi-autonomous entities, I wish to find out which ones she's referencing.
Thank you, Senator Gregory. To my understanding, it's both hospitals and UVI were the 3 entities that I am aware of.
Are you on a hospital board?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it your understanding or is it fact that they had an 8% reduction as well?
I am actually following up to verify, but it is my understanding at this point. But I have a call in to the CFOs to get confirmation, which I should get shortly.
Thank you for your responses. But I think that, you know, all of us have a job to do, right? So you have your job to do, and we have our job to do. And I think it's just a little tad of us being disingenuous when we speak about the fact that our legislation did not include the semi-autonomous entities, when in fact the legislation that came down from the governor does not include the semi-autonomous entity. So which one is it? We can't do that. That's not okay. We can't put things like that on the record. It did not include the semi-autonomous entities, and based on the reference that my millennial colleague from St. Thomas mentioned, the law is clear as to who should be receiving the 8% return, rather. And be reminded, semi-autonomous entities have an option to manage their funds to ensure that they are able to pay back their 8%. I worked for a semi-autonomous entity, and let me just share with you that the government employees in this, that work in the legislature as well as the central government, their insurance percentage that they pay is how much, colleagues? I think we pay 40%, they pay 15% of their insurance. So I don't know why we would be having this discussion about semi-autonomous entities. Let's stay focused on why we're here. We are here to address the issues tied to the retroactivity regarding the 8% that's tied to government employees who took this government to central government employees and the legislature who took this the government to task at court. So and won the case. I mean, let's just don't do that. Don't do it. At the end of the day, I'm going to say it again. I said it yesterday. When the elephants fight, the grass gets trampled. The people need to get their money. Okay? The next person is Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Director O'Neill, are we ahead of revenue projections as of June 24, 2021?
Senator DeGraff, at this point, I will say we are on target, not necessarily ahead.
Okay, so based on what the governor was proposing before, do you have any of that revenue started put together for? Because if you're talking about 2-year period, you are talking at 22, 23. So have you started putting together or identifying revenues for that?
Yes, Senator. So the intent was to use the excise taxes that we've started to collect to start making those payments. So we have started to look at what's coming in and try to make a projection and to get that paid back within 2022. And if possible, we were looking at 2 calendar years per se, not 2 fiscal years. So we'd start within 2022 and fiscal year 22 into maybe a little bit of 23.
Okay, so you know it actually boils down to it boils down to if you're an employee that 8% was taken from you and you had to wait for so long, would you go with 2021 or would you go 2 more years? So again, if we control the purse strings and we are saying we go with 2021, then we look at the numbers and we crunch them, because I vote yes. I put my name to sign on, so hopefully by the time the next iteration, this bill move, my name will be reflected. Now, Director Clendenin, how many employees you said have been identified for the 8%?
Thus far, about 5,221.
And are they active employees or retirees and so?
It's a mix. Okay. It's a mix of actives and retirees.
And how are you going to get in contact with the persons who have retired? You have mechanism to get in contact with those?
Absolutely. We've already been working with GRS to get their list of retirees, their current addresses, and we are matching that against our list. So absolutely.
And if there are any deceased persons, what's your process for that?
That is part of the logistics I spoke about in my testimony that we are finalizing. How do we handle the deceased? Do they have beneficiaries? Do they have an estate so that they are not left out of this process either?
Okay, because I just want you to work and get that information out, because this is going to happen. This is going to happen, and it's going to happen fast. Because we're in June, we're almost into July. This is going to happen fast.
1 minute.
So we want to make sure the people who's supposed to, ain't even a matter of in terms of people who's supposed to be collected, the people were done wrong, and, you know, so the people who's supposed to be righted is what it is, if that's a word. We want to make sure it's addressed.
Absolutely, Senator. And again, that was the whole governor's initiative to get this going. So we are working hard to make sure when that date comes, we are ready for the people of the territory that were affected.
Okay, now, and finally, Director O'Neill, once we pass this bill, and again, based on what it is, Mr. Chair, Finance Chair said at the time, do you have a problem with adhering to the law and releasing those funds for this to take action?
Absolutely not, Senator. I would never have a problem adhering to the law. We are all on the same side here. We want everyone to be paid back. Again, we're not going to fight this. We're all in favor of it. We want everyone to be paid. Tying it to December 31st, again, was my only concern, just in case we didn't have all of the money at that point. That's my only concern, just to be clear. Okay, we do want everyone to be paid.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Director. So then I was wondering, with Act 8383, are we getting the money released for GRS from that also, based on the law?
We're working that out, Senator.
We're still working it out. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Graff. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Director Clendenin, in your testimony, you were eloquent in terms of discussing and testifying to the fact that the governor during the State of the Territory address talked about paying the 8%. It's been 6 months later, and you're still working out the logistics?
Yes, Senator. It isn't, if we were ready to go, we could take care of some of our actives. Again, in terms of logistics, I don't want the retirees to be left out. I don't want those who are deceased or have estates to be worked out. This is a process while still simultaneously working on the $10 million for the retirees.
Director, when this bill took place, it didn't take much time for individuals to see an impact in their paycheck immediately after the legislation was signed into law. Why are we taking beyond the 6 months and taking all this time to then determine who, what, when, where, and how this can get done?
Very good question, Senator. However, there were a lot of them. While I did not sit in the chair at this time, there were a lot of pre-planning that went into that whole reducing the 8%. Again, we just want to simply ensure that nobody is missed. Nobody.
I totally agree with you, and let's start the pre-planning. The pre-planning should have been already done. We've been having this discussion for quite some time. You know, I really feel like it was a new day in this territory. Were we not waiting until the 11th hour to pave road, to pay people what's owed to them as the election ploy? Fiscal year 2022 starts when? Director O'Neill.
October 1st, Senator.
Imagine that. And we're talking about December 31st, and we have an issue with that. We give you time. We're talking about the same time. You talk about 22. 22 start October 1st. So by December 31st is not unreasonable.
But Senator, typically, you know that going into that December, January timeframe is the time when government coffers are traditionally at their lowest point. And that's my concern. That's all. To be able to make the full payment at that point, if it was maybe half, I would say no problem. We can pay half by December because typically I'm able to juggle. But it may be a little bit of a challenge. But again, we will not fight on this. We are ready and we will make the payments happen. If this is the wish, this is what is passed, the payments will be made. And of course, this body will be told where we are with the revenues at that time, and you will ultimately make the decision based on where we are with the revenues.
When are we going to pay out the $10 million to the retirees? We talk about July. We're a couple of days away from July. When are we going to pay out the $10 million?
Yes, that will be in July. We're looking at what did we have, the third week? I believe the third week.
The third week in July
to make that payment. That second pay period, I think it was in July, is the time frame that we have allotted for the $10 million to be paid.
From the time we have had this discussion about paying back the 8%, my office has been called. I've met individuals have been meeting me on the road asking, is the active employees alone going to be paid? Retirees going to be paid? The beneficiaries going to be paid? The questions out there. Individuals want to know that they're going to receive their money. So let's not delay this any further. Let's not fight about this. December 31st is reasonable. We're all on the same team. Let's pay the people their money.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Sauro, you recognize for your, I'm sorry, you are right. Wow, I lost my head on that one. Senator James, you're recognized, Senator. Are you ready? If not, okay.
Always ready. Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. My question to Division of Personnel: how many employees were affected by the 8% pay cut?
Good afternoon, Senator. Approximately 5,221 employees.
And I'm reading an article here where Governor Breyer made a statement sometime back, and he said the total amount owed was $37.8 million. Is that true, Director O'Neill?
Director Clendenin is actually better able to answer that.
Director Clendenin?
That's correct. About $38 million, yes.
$37.8 million is what the article says. Is that true?
Right, but with 0.8, we tend to round up 38 million just to make sure everybody's covered.
Understood, because I'm just trying to find out something here because hopefully one of my colleagues will address it. It says $36,279,100,008. So I'm just wondering where the difference is at, so hopefully somebody could be able to answer that. But if anyone here on this panel, anybody knows the differences in that? What's the disparity there? Anyone? Yes, no? There's a disparity between what's here in the bill and what the governor made mention as far as how much is owed. Is that the whole conversation where you speak about the semi-autonomous agencies? Was that factored when the governor made mention of the $37.8 million that is owed?
I do not. Again, it's my understanding we are at 37.8. If the governor said that, we did 38 million to round up to include everyone that has been affected.
All right, so let's go with your number, $38 million. But the bill before me is saying $36,279,100,008. What's going on there?
I think the bill before you kind of breaks up, I believe, what's owed to the legislature perhaps and what's owed to central government. I believe that's what the bill does. So it's separate.
The difference is in Section 2. Stand corrected. Okay. And my next question to you, did the government exceed revenue collection projections for the FY 2021, and by how much?
Senator, we are still in fiscal year 2021, so I cannot say at this time that we will.
How much has it exceeded thus far?
We have not. We're running on par with projections. We will not know until the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, understood. Because I'm just going based off of what's in the whereas clause, you know. It said the whereas clause, the government has exceeded revenue collection projections for FY 2021, and the 34th legislature of the Virgin Islands has determined it appropriate to utilize excess revenue. So I'm asking how much it was exceeded by.
Well, that was my comment in my testimony as well, that the fiscal year is not yet ended. We still have a quarter to go, and so we do not know what that is, and we cannot say that the government has exceeded the projections at this time.
Okay, cool. And with the remaining of my time, I'll give you a fair opportunity to explain what's the difference between this bill and what the governor is proposing. Go ahead. Use the remainder of my time. Go ahead.
Senator, I think that the main difference was that the governor was being specific with utilizing the excise tax collections over a period of two years instead of making the payments by December 31st of this year. I think that's the biggest difference in that the timeline and the funding source.
Time.
Thank you so much. The bill adds up. There's two separate appropriations, one for the executive branch and the next one for the legislature. So it comes up to $38 million when you add $36,279,008 to the $1,720,992. Yeah, so it comes up to the 38. We are specific in terms of identifying where the funds are going to come from, specifically from our good OMB director projections and what we currently have. Very specific. We looked at the numbers, and that is why that whereas clause is in there, because we do expect an overage. We do expect to exceed our projections, and it is very common to have a revised projection. And this year, I'm sure we're going to have a next revised projection, especially for next fiscal year, because of what have taken place at Lime Tree. However, Lime Tree have lost 300 employees. We have 1 quarter left. The next 271 employees that are leaving will be leaving September 19th, I think it is. And that is going to be the end of the next fiscal quarter. But I have to commend the budget director for doing an excellent job. Defending an excellent job, but the numbers are the numbers. And at the end of the day, come October 1st, we're going to look at the numbers. And then we will have that particular discussion. Senator,
sorry, if I could just quickly mention that, yes, the hospitals did take the 8% cut, and they are technically part of the executive branch, so it wasn't a choice that they had. I think at that time, the then budget director did reduce their allotments by 8%. It wasn't a choice. So we will need to address it.
Did the personnel director calculate those numbers? Director Clendenin, did you calculate the numbers for any of those other entities?
No, we don't have access to their information, and I believe those numbers were part of their allotment, not something we have control of. So the answer is no, we did not calculate those numbers.
Okay, so then we will have to get that information, and when we get it, then we'll see how that can be accommodated in the allotment that they're receiving for fiscal year 22. I do know that we have increased the monies that will be allotted to both hospital systems by some $2 or $3 million in the FY22 budget. We also know that they're going to be reimbursed, I think with Medicare, to the rate of some 80-something%. That has changed from the regular rate that they used to get of 55%. So we also have to scrub the hospital numbers to see exactly what it is, and any other entity that were involved in that 8% reduction. But this bill captures perhaps 85% of those individuals who are affected. So it's a very good start, and then we'll proceed from there. Senator Carrion, do you recognize? On the side, on the side.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Director Clendenin and Director O'Neill, and everyone who's viewing and listening this afternoon. I think this is a good day for the people of the Virgin Islands. Very important bill. We're having a discussion today, Bill 340077. And I'm also joining my colleagues in signing on to this bill for the restoration of the 8% of salary reduction that occurred to the government employees. This bill is crucial not only because we are required by law to pay back this money, but our government employees are truly the foundation of the Virgin Islands, and they deserve to be valued as such, and they've been long time waiting for this. It seems as though we're hearing sometimes a little bit of different information because, and I know you make mention it in your testimony, Director O'Neill, in various times you came before this body and you yourself mentioned about the territory exceeding in revenue expectations in FY21. Most of all the reports we have heard from you or the administration speaks about the territory economy booming. So what exactly do you mean then? What are exactly your concerns? Why the difference now? Dr. O'Neill?
Senator, there is not a difference at this point is because of the changes that are happening relative to the Lime Tree refinery closing and the expected effects of that. We do not know at this point where the revenues will end up by the end of this fiscal year or even by December. So I am a little concerned, and that is just my nature to be concerned and to be conservative. That's just the way it is. I don't know, and I'm hesitant to jump out and say when money at the end of the year when I know that we have a major shutdown and a huge loss of rent revenues that will occur from that.
And I hear you, and I hear you have expressed your concerns in regards to whether we have the financial capacity to do the repayment by the end of the year, and I appreciate you sharing those concerns. And like you said, that's your job. And I agree that we must be very conscious with regards to the loss of expected revenues from the shutdown of the Lime Tree refinery. But I also agree that we must get these payments done as soon as possible. And yes, we must do it right. Now, you mentioned in your testimony about outstanding bills in the pipeline.
1 minute.
What is that amount? So that actually is a major point of contention to me, and I will say that we do not know. We have no idea what the accounts payables are for government because apparently the system is not set up in a way that invoices can be entered until or unless the funding is identified. So people may have invoices, or departments may have invoices waiting for funding, and we will never really know what that is until it's entered in the system somewhere, or if those departments send those invoices to the Department of Finance or to OMB. So because of that, we are always at a disadvantage in saying exactly what bills are owed at any given point by the government of the Virgin Islands.
So you don't know at this moment, what we have outstanding in the government for this ending quarter?
No, Senator, we do not. It is something, again, that I have become aware of. It is something that it is a huge issue for me, and we're going to be working on a solution for this to figure out how we can change the system to allow entry of invoices so we can track.
Definitely, because we are at a disadvantage as a government and even the legislature not knowing, what's in the pipeline. I really don't understand how we're, operating with that type of system, because then we're operating blindly. As we make projections for the budget, we also need to have an idea of where we are currently with regards to our outstanding bills. And just to close, and maybe on the chair's time, Ms. Clendenin, can you share with us what are your concerns? Because we hear some of the concerns from the OMB director, which has to do with management. What are some of your concerns?
Senator, I don't have those concerns. I'm only here to support the governor because he said it in his State of the Territory. We want to get the people paid. That is the mission, and my team and I are working to do that. But thank you for asking, Senator.
We have had this discussion before the State of the Territory. Are we saying that Finance don't know what the obligations are? Department of Finance, they don't know what the obligations of this government are in reference to outstanding vendor payments, etc.?
Short answer, Senator? No.
So hence, we're literally saying that when the statement is made, I have 90 days of cash on hand, the statement is not factually true, because that statement is made without looking at the outstanding obligations.
That is correct, but it's not, the cash on hand speaks to the cash that we have. That's why I mentioned that and tried to clarify it in my testimony. Cash on hand only speaks to the amount of cash that we have in the bank at any given point.
Correct.
But it does not take into account the outstanding obligations. That part is correct.
But when the statement is made, it gives the wrong perception, because you're saying we are good. The government is in a very good shape because we have 90 days cash at hand. And it appears that whenever there is a need to fund a mandate from Government House, the cash at hand grows. And when there's a mandate from the legislature, it decreases quickly in the next direction. And then if we don't pass this, Director, no, you got to answer. This might just put my little 2 cents on the record. And if we decide that we're not going to do X, Y, and Z, then the cash grows again. The good thing about this bill is we didn't set the date at October 1st. We set it at December 31st. So we're going to analyze. Come October, end of October, we'll give the government enough chance to make sure that all the collections come in. We're going to look at the numbers and we'll analyze. And if we realize that the numbers didn't balance out, then we'll make the necessary changes. And we could do that with no issue. And we're collecting about $3 million in excise tax every month. October, November, December, that'll be $9 million more. It gonna work. I already seen it working out so perfectly, so don't worry about it. We have the amendment. I'm sure that we'll submit that right now and put it on a placeholder. I think it's already been submitted. Put it on a placeholder until October so that we can make sure that the people are paid. Senator Gittins. Senator Fred Gregory, you asked all the questions when you're here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And
You go
she's
ahead.
a bill sponsor, so she could
Go last.
bring up the rear. Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. First, I want to say a heartfelt thank you to AFT
Yes.
1826 through the leadership of Rosa Soto Thomas, who stayed the course on this and took this government to task when they violated the contractual agreement. And I specifically thank this particular union for staying the course, because they went to the very end, all the way to the Third Circuit. And I'll give kudos to the others too that started. But I really wanted to give that kudos to 1826, again, who stayed the course. When you talk, you could talk about 18, whoever else. The monies in people's pocket today is serious. My question, Director O'Neill, last fiscal year collections was greater than we anticipated, correct?
Correct.
Excuse me?
Correct, Senator. Correct.
Oh, okay, thank you. I like when you got a smile on your face, you know, because things good. So keep that smile. The thing is, again, colleagues, we need to pay this money. This is far too long. This took place 2011. The decision came back in 2016. Here we are with a discussion today. The discussion should be when these monies are going to get in people's pocket. That's the discussion. There's no question as to whether or not we have the funds to pay. Director O'Neill and oh my goodness, I don't want to call her first name. Director Clendenin, only your first name was coming at the time, sorry. How many, you stated that it's just over 5,000 employees affected, some 5,221, correct? Have we done an assessment as to how many of these individuals have passed on? And have we discussed whether or not the beneficiaries of these departed individuals will receive the payments?
Yes, Senator. We continue to work with GRS for their retiree list. We're matching it against ours. I have my insurance department looking at those perhaps who have already been deceased to see if they have an estate or a beneficiary. Yes.
So,
again,
so in short, of the 5,221, how much have passed on today?
1 minute.
I don't have that number for you today, Senator.
Okay, I want to make sure that we have those numbers, because when time to pay out, I don't want the beneficiaries to have a hard time receiving these funds.
We don't either, Senator.
Thank you. And to your understanding, will these monies be paid with interest? So whether it's the governor's proposal or the legislature's proposal, do you see where these monies will be paid with interest? All of a sudden, you guys are on
You're
mute.
on mute.
Senator, I'm not aware of any interest being added.
You're not aware? Should interest be paid on this?
I don't. Honestly, I don't know that I would say interest should be. Interest should be added at this point. No, I would say no.
You would say no. I beg to differ.
I'm conservative.
Well, thank you.
No, the answer would be no. I'm very conservative.
Thank you. And I asked for your opinion, and you gave me your opinion. I don't necessarily agree with you. I wholeheartedly disagree with you, as a matter of fact. But I'll be looking at this to see if we can factor in that they will get interest on these payments. And hopefully we are able to make these payments sooner rather than later.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Alma Francis Eiliger, you're recognized.
Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to my colleagues. What I want to say is this bill number 34-0077 is a long time coming in regards to the repayment of this 8% to the people of this territory, the government employees. I have sat and I've listened to the testimony of two of the testifiers, and while one shared with us that if the money isn't available, the governor will step in and reduce the allotment, but is not also stressing to the public that this body, and only this body, has the authority to control the purse strings of this government. So if the money is short, we can adjust the budget to guarantee that it's there so the people can get their money this year. Now, we also have another individual sharing with us that they're following the governor's mandate in regards to trying to distribute these funds over a 2-year period in 2022 and 2023. This body is trying to pass legislation to pass it this year to guarantee the monies are paid out in 2021. 10 years. The people of this territory, the employees of this government have waited to undo this wrong. I was an employee in this institution when this legislation was passed. I was one of those individuals that ran around to several senators' office trying to beg them to not do this because a NOPA is a contract. Somebody cannot come to work for you. You sit with them and you agree to pay them X amount of dollars for the services they provide to you, and then you decide one day that you're going to take away 8% of them, 8% of their funding without their agreement. Life doesn't work that way. But unfortunately, these are the things that happen in our territory, and unless people go and fight and challenge some of these things in the courts, they continue to happen. I am very happy today to be a sponsor of this legislation along with my colleagues, because at the end of the day, we as the people who are duly elected in this territory have to protect the people of this territory. That's our job. And I cannot sit here continuously listening to the coulda, woulda, shoulda. We cannot sit back all the time making excuses for why monies are not available for certain things when it comes to giving the people what is duly theirs, but we can find it for everything else. I sat here last week where we talked about let's go ahead and do a 2-year projection because life is so great. When I said we need to be a little bit more cautious because in the middle of a pandemic and a state of emergency, we don't know what life has to offer. Ergo, Lime Tree shuts down. Sometimes when people speak, people elect people in this institution, all 15 of us, because we're not all the same. We all don't think alike. We all don't function alike. Some of us might want to do things because, hey, this is what they think is best on behalf of the people. Some of us are a little bit more conservative. Some of us have thought process and vision for the future. We're not all the same. But what I will say today, this institution is going to pass this legislation. The people is going to get their money back. And as much as I appreciate whatever thought process the governor had, thank you. I thank my 14 colleagues, which I'm sure all of us is going to vote in favor. But I don't really care whose idea, whose not idea it was. All I care about at this stage is the people getting their money back. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And we can no longer sit back continuously pushing wrong on the people in this territory and not correcting it. We have to stop that. So I don't have any questions for you. And when this bill comes to the full body, I, Alma Francis Heiliger, will be in full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Point of point. Go ahead, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A point of inquiry as a follow-up to what I asked earlier, and then a point of information. My point of inquiry is whether or not those individuals who have since resigned from government as well, will they receive their 8%?
Yeah.
Yes, Senator. Every employee that was impacted for the 8%, yes, they will receive it as well.
I just want to make sure and have that on record. And my point of information, I wanted to get that clarity before I say. I did give AFT 1826 their kudos, and I want to give our local attorney as well, Attorney Emil Henderson. Kudos for taking this measure to the Third Circuit Court. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. Senator Sarro? She went for the introduction alone. Just the introduction.
Why, Madam President, don't try to infiltrate my time. I did not. All of us introduced.
Just a point, go ahead. Go
We
ahead.
all introduced the legislation. I get distracted because I know I write.
Senator, go ahead.
Thank you. Now I get thrown off in my thought process. See? That's why you have to, when you have ADD, you can't focus because that kind of thing happening here when you're trying to say your thoughts. Okay. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I remember I was a young teacher at CAHS, and I got hired to teach U.S. history, and I started off making $28,000. And you know the government has this lengthy NOPA process. I hope it improved. And we began work in August, and we got our first paycheck in January of the following year. So we taught for an entire semester, no paycheck. And then when the first check came, it was just taxed. It was a lump sum check for all the checks before, and it was taxed. And then there were negotiations, and we went to $32,000. And I think that increase was like $100 extra on your check. And as soon as the increase came, the 8% came. And it was a solemn day in CAHS. And I don't know how it was for the other schools and district, but I think that they share the same sentiment. And the 8% was enacted by this body. This body voted for it. And the time has come for this body to correct an error of the past. And moving forward, we keep talking about politics, but if we do the math, we're going to pay half now, and we're going to pay half right before the next election. That's what we're going to do. And then that stunt of half now, half before the election, a previous governor did it to get reelected and turn around and gave government layoffs, incentives to GRS, and sent people home. We cannot play with people's emotions. If you have the funding now and the numbers to do so, then give the people them the money. So I applaud the testifier and the director of OMB because nobody could send me down here to read that testimony, despite who my boss is. We were going to follow the revenue reports, and we are going to pay the people what is rightfully owed. So we could go back and forth on whether or not the 8% was right or wrong. But people entered a contract. People are part of a union. You don't have the right to arbitrarily take their money from them. So that's all I have to really say. And it's the role of this branch. The role of this branch is to control the purse strings, monitor the revenues, and do what we have to do.
1 minute.
So we are doing what we have to do. And I vividly remember that day when we were told that we were going to get 8% cut. Teachers were just like, you're spending your own money on supplies, you're showing up to work, and then you're going to take 8%. It was a really sad day, and people, we have to make them whole. So, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for the time.
Okay, colleagues. Point of inquiry, Senator DeGraaf. We're going to vote on this just now. We got 2 more bills, okay? So let's not get carried away with this particular bill. Senator DeGraaf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put a question I posed to you on the record, and if I may, through the chair, to ask. People want to know, some of my constituents, in regards to taxes. Would the money be taxed at the 2011-2012 rate or at the 2021 rate? Any of you have that information?
Don't be taxed now.
Senator, this is Director O'Neill. Your taxes will be at whatever current rate you have. It will not be some retroactive. The government of the Virgin Islands does not have the ability to change anyone's tax rate. You will be taxed at your current rate, whatever that is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we got to keep in mind, even if they were supposed to somehow change the amount that is going to be taxed, you're going to pay it back when you file. So it's best that you pay the correct amount right now. And those type of issues we don't have control over. Senator Fred Gregory, you have a motion? Or?
Statement. You're avoiding me either.
Thank you. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you,
Calmate.
Mr. Chair. I'm not going to be long. All I'm going to say here today is the 29th legislature took it away, and the 34th legislature give it back. It's time. But we have to remember, because we have to give context with why things happened, right? So the entire country was in a recession. And in that recession, the recession eventually made its way to the Virgin Islands. Of course, I was last. And there was a choice between laying off employees or reducing their salaries. And the legislature, in its infinite wisdom at the time, they decided that it would be better to keep the employees on the payroll. But they didn't think it all the way through, because you have contractual obligations, and you have to meet your contractual obligations. So it is our responsibility as the legislators to give it back. We took it away, we're giving it back. I don't have too much more to add to this discussion this afternoon.
Motion?
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Madam. Motion. Motion. Motion, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill number 34-0077, an act amending Act number 8365, the fiscal year 2021 executive budget, and Act number 8348, the legislature's fiscal year 2021 budget, to restore the 8% reduction in salaries to the employees of the government of the Virgin Islands and for other related purposes, be approved by this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Sarro, seconded by everyone. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarro. Senator Sarro, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0077, an act amending the FY 2021 budget to restore the 8% reduction in salaries to the employees of the government of the Virgin Islands pursuant to the United States. Wrong one. Thank you. Let me start over. Your vote was, give me a break, Senator Gittins, so stay there. Bill number 34-0077, an act amending Act number 8365, the fiscal year 2021 executive budget, and Act number 8348, the legislature fiscal year 2021 budget to restore the 8% reduction in salaries to the employees of the government of the Virgin Islands and for other related purposes, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Testifiers, thank you so much. We are going to go to the next bill in 1 minute. Before we go to the next bill, I want to extend condolences. I'm just getting text after text that Estelle Davis passed away. Anybody that's on Facebook would know Estelle Davis. You know, she's I was on Facebook, a supporter of a lot of different activities in this particular community, and a source that I was trying to advocate for us doing what we're supposed to do. So to her family, up to last night, I saw her posting, and this morning, and unfortunately, it seemed like she has passed away. So my condolences to the entire family. We're gonna get the other individuals up, and we are going to go straight there. I'm seeing Dolores McLean there and Mr. Latham, so I think we're ready. Let's read the next item on the agenda.
Bill number 34-0066, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 89, Subchapter 3, Section 2541, to allow the Lieutenant Governor to collect unpaid property taxes and unpaid public sewer fees from the sale of delinquent taxpayers' real property, proposed by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Invited testifiers: Brent Leardom, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor; Ira Mills, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor; Dolace McLean, Esquire, General Counsel, Office of the Lieutenant Governor; and Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this bill? You recognize Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill number 34-0066, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 89, Subchapter 3, Section 2541, to allow the Lieutenant Governor to collect unpaid property taxes and unpaid public sewer fees from the sale of delinquent taxes and real property. Procedure to hasten the process before going to auction. It gives the Lieutenant Governor office up to 8 weeks to put this in the newspaper and social media to notify the public. It grants the court 180 days, 6 months to process the petitions. It grants the Lieutenant Governor's office another 6 months before the auction is given, after the okay is given. And it gives the owner of the property up to 6 months to pay off the lien before the properties are sold. I have worked on this bill from the 32nd Legislature with Attorney McLean, and we have since finally got it in, and that's what was asked. We've asked her to here. The island has a lot of abandoned properties and delinquent for taxes and stuff, and the idea is to try get them into the hands of people who could restore them and generate revenue into the territory and refurbish the entire territory from the blight properties that we have around the island. So again, I'm asking for support by my colleagues in moving this bill forward, and the testifiers look forward to add to this endeavor and this legislation. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I'm going to allow the testifiers to put their name and title on the record, beginning with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Attorney McLean, and Mr. Latham, and Mr. Mills, can you put your name on the record? You're muted. Lieutenant Governor Office, your device is muted. Mr. Neal, go ahead and put your name on the record.
Good afternoon, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Okay. Thank you. Lieutenant Governor Office.
Good afternoon, Dolaith McLean, General Counsel.
Good afternoon, Ira Mills, Tax Assessor. And good afternoon, Brent Laird, Tax Collector.
Thank you so much. Mr. Neal, you have a testimony for this bill?
I do, Senator, very short.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kurt Vealy and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I'm Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Today, I'm here to provide testimony on Bill 34-0066, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 89, Subchapter 3, Section 2541, to allow the Lieutenant Governor to collect unpaid property taxes and unpaid public sewer fees from the sale of delinquent taxpayers' real property and amend Title 33, Chapter 111 of the Virgin Islands Code, establishing the Delinquent Property and Sewer Fees Revolving Fund. Notwithstanding the influx of federal assistance due to COVID-19, the territory's fiscal position remains fluid. To address all expenditures and obligations, OMB supports any proposed legislation that seeks to implement measures to collect or recoup revenue due to its coffers.
Okay, let's take a 1-minute recess. We're going to let you sign off and come back on. So we're going to ask you to sign out, Director O'Neill, and then sign back on. While you're doing that, we'll go ahead, media will go ahead with the other testifiers and then come back to her. So Ms. McLean, you may proceed, and then Ms. O'Neill, sign out and come back in. So, Attorney McLean.
Okay, thank you. We want you. Okay.
You need a recess or you're good?
Can you hear me?
You got to get closer to the device.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, and just speak as loud and clear as you can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Kurt, Chairman, and honorable members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Finance, and other senators, as well as the viewing and listening audience. I am Brent Laird, Territorial Tax Collector in the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, under the leadership of the Honorable Tregenza A. Roach, Esquire. Appearing with me today is Dulles McLean, General Counsel to the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. On behalf of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, we appear before you today to provide testimony on Bill number 34-066, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subchapter 3, Section 2541, to allow the Lieutenant Governor to foreclose on delinquent property and delinquent property taxes through an expedited in-rem judicial foreclosure process against the property and not the taxpayer. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor supports the bill because it adds another to the arsenal of the tax collector to be able to collect on delinquent property tax. Bill number 34-0066 gives the Lieutenant Governor, through the Office of the Tax Collector, to elect to proceed to collect property taxes and public sewer fees pursuant to a judicial foreclosure in rem proceedings, the property of the delinquent taxpayer. Such proceeding brought against the real property only and forecloses the tax liens without any personal judgment against the delinquent taxpayer. Bill number 340066 will have two immediate positive impacts once it becomes effective. First, the bill will ensure the transparent and efficient foreclosure of delinquency tax liens through foreclosure process. Foreclosure process adds a strong layer of protection for the property delinquent taxpayers who will be have their day in court to defend rights in their property. The bill creates a mechanism to ensure that those in rare cases where foreclosed and not redeemed, then territory, notably veterans, disabled, and senior citizens, can have a chance to share in the American dream of real property ownership. These special categories of homeowners will have the ability to purchase the property from the government at reasonable rates and still benefit from tax exemptions on their property ownership. The Office of the Governor fully supports any measure that expands access to real property ownership for Virgin Islanders, given that real estate is one of the primary economic drivers for building generational wealth in the territory. As the office tasked with collecting on real property tax delinquencies, the Office of the Tax Collector has already begun drafting the necessary regulations set forth in subsection 8 of Bill number 340066. The Office of the Tax Collector will monitor and track all properties from the inception of the foreclosure proceeding through the transfer of foreclosed properties to the trust and ultimate conveyance to the buyer seeking to acquire affordable property. Currently, the Office of the Tax Collector is receiving responses to a new vendor to provide comprehensive billing and collection services, include property tax auctions. The judicial foreclosure process and the trust requirements would also be included in the system bill level. Currently, the Office of the Tax Collector maintains ongoing lists of delinquent properties and has implemented a robust collection process to work with delinquent taxpayers to keep their properties. When that collection process has run its course, the judicial foreclosure process will aid in the creation of permanent affordable housing for Virgin Islands to include members of our most vulnerable populations. Once Bill number 34-0066 is signed into law, its legislative intent will be easily effectuated utilizing the capabilities already existing in the Office of the Lieutenant Governor to provide proper service, public access to the geolocation of the property, and accurate public recording of the history of ownership. The Lieutenant Governor is more than willing to participate in this effort. In conclusion, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor supports Bill number 34-0066 because it is a fair and equitable measure to both the government and to the people of the territory. On a near daily basis, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor receives from Virgin Islanders inquiring how they can participate in the affordable housing dream. With the passage of Bill number 34-0066, Office of the Lieutenant Governor will be able to make that a reality. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify on Bill number 34-0066. Attorney McLean and I are available to answer any questions that you or the members of the committee may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Director O'Neill. Are you up and running? Let's do a sound check.
I believe so. Can you hear me?
Okay, say something else.
Can you hear me?
Say a full sentence for me.
No.
Just read one sentence.
Okay. Good day, Chairman Kurt VLA.
Okay, good. Just making sure,
Okay,
because
great.
all day you've been sounding like, you know, the DJs like replay something. Echo, 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 echo. That's what you've been sounding like.
Oh, wow.
It's okay.
Not good.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to a 3-minute.
Do you want me to read my testimony, Senator?
Oh, sorry, we did lag you off to come back. I apologize. It's been a long day. We've been so hard on you, right? Director O'Neill, you may proceed at this time. My apologies.
Thank you. It's really short, so we'll go right into it. Again, good day, and I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill 34-0066, and an act amending Title 33 VI Code, Chapter 89, Subchapter 3, Section 2541. Notwithstanding the influx of federal assistance due to COVID-19, the territory's fiscal position remains fluid. To address all expenditures and obligations, OMB supports any proposed legislation that seeks to implement measures to collect or recoup revenues due to its coffers. While the management of the fund shall be the responsibility of the Department of Finance, OMB deems it prudent general fund, which still affords resources to the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, as we are not in favor of creating an additional fund at this time. While OMB does not object to the proposed legislation, it is critical that we not continue to reapportion revenues that could address the overall vulnerability of the general fund. Any monies that could be recovered is most welcomed as we maintain concerted efforts of transparency and fiscal accountability. Thank you very much. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you so much, Director O'Neill. You sounded good, no interruptions. Colleagues, we're going to a 3-minute round. Yeah. Senator Blyden, you may proceed at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you for your testimonies. Let me ask, first of all, let me thank the sponsor for bringing this bill forward. Anything that has to do with opportunities for home ownership, I'm on board 100%. So I want to say kudos to the sponsor for bringing this piece of legislation forward. Let me ask you, Attorney McLean, good afternoon. I guess you or anyone else on the panel, Mr. Leadham or Mr. Mills. In terms of, you said you maintain a list of ongoing delinquent properties. What does that number look like?
Leadham, you're muted.
You guys are mute. And while you're looking for that, hello?
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, Senator. Apparently we were muted from your organization. I apologize. Yes, thank you for your question. Currently, we are looking at about $100 million in delinquent property taxes.
$100 million.
That's correct.
So, as a result of, what process do you have in place now in terms of collecting those revenues? May I ask?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
What does the process look like at this moment in terms of collecting those taxes?
Thank you for that opportunity. Currently, the process works in this manner. If you become delinquent, taxpayers are notified at the last address of the owner of record of their delinquencies.
1 minute.
Also, on every current bill, On every current bill, on the rear of the bill, it has listed all of the delinquent years and the amounts for those years calculated to the date of billing. After the bills go out, a delinquency list is typically published that would notify people publicly of those delinquencies. And then from there, it goes into a collection process that internally we have 3 notifications to the last address of record. And if no made and no remittances are made, then we proceed to the action. In between all of that, a person who has delinquencies has the ability to come to our office and request an installment payment agreement if they're unable to pay them. And those installment payments agreements are extended for up to 3 years, depending on the amounts owed, with no additional interest beyond the interest and penalties that would typically accrue on your property taxes.
Time.
And so between the installment payment agreements, the collection process, that's how the delinquencies are sought out.
Okay, Mr. Leardom, in the collection process, the $100 million you're speaking to that's uncollected at this time, that process begins, that number represents those individuals that you have done everything with in terms of the delinquency list, the collection process, and nothing has been done, and the money is still on the street. That number represent that amount, or is it inclusive of what you're going through right now with other individuals? Do you understand what I'm trying to ask, the question?
Senator, it represents a mix of customers that have already been, as well as others for which we still in the process of notifying right now.
Do you have a percentage? Do you know a percentage, or you'll have to get that?
No, Senator. We would have to get a percentage for you.
Okay, through the chair, I'd like to get that number. Thank you so much.
What was your request?
The percentage of individuals of the $100 million that's outstanding, how much of that amount is in the process of being collected? Thank you so much for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Francis?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Attorney McLean, obviously what we're trying to do here is to codify a practice that have occurred and make sure that we're creating what is to be a transparent process by which we're able to address this issue of delinquency, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Very well. Is this one of the recommendation that was indicated in the IG, the Inspector General's audit?
It is not one of the recommendations. However, based on
Can you get a little bit closer to the device? You sound a distant away.
Okay, I'm moving the mic closer. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, great. This recommendation was not in the IG's report, but based on all that transpired with auctions, as well as the OLG's very successful auction that was held after that debacle, we realized that there was a gap. And the gap is that people want to acquire properties. They want to take ownership, take over a lot of these blighted, abandoned properties that sit there that create so much delinquency. And they want them to be productive and tax paying, so in a tax paying way as well. So we recognize the gap, and that's why this legislation came about. And Senator DeGraff was
kind enough to spend some time with us trying to understand why this needs to happen.
Very well. I want to thank Senator DeGraff for spending the time and actually working towards this legislation, because I think it's critical. Whenever you hear about foreclosures and taxes and delinquent taxes and the sale of property, it always have a negative connotation. But I think the process that have been developed here would allow for some fair transparency of the process. So again, the government will be seen and viewed in a very good light in respect to these measures. Do you have any rules or regulation as it pertains to the sale of property outside of the law here that we're trying to codify at this time, or the measure that we're trying to codify at this time?
Well, has done a great job of doing the traditional auction process. And so we have some policies around that. We've actually developed a guidance manual around how those auctions are to be conducted. And that's what's currently in the code. The measure that you're trying to pass today, we've already started drafting regulations about how this process would work as well.
Very well, thank you. And can you put on record when was the last time there was an auction, a public auction by the Lieutenant Governor's office?
Time.
Wait, say it one more time, Senator, I didn't hear you.
I was inquiring for you to put on record the last time there was an auction by the Lieutenant Governor's office.
Last auction we had was in August of 2017. It was a very successful effort. Since then, passage of the hurricanes, we've had a change in administrations, and we've had COVID. And so we're hoping to do another auction in 2021. Fingers crossed on that.
And even despite the auction, there's always an opportunity for individuals to be able to redeem their property within 365 days or 1 year of the sale of the property, correct?
That is correct. And as we always say at the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, the auctioning of properties is really a last resort. We do so many things, which is probably why we have such a large delinquency amount. But we do so much to ensure that Virgin Islands residents don't lose their property just because they can't afford the taxes. And the legislature has been very helpful in passing several measures to help the OLG be able to help, to enable the OLG to help the community in that regard. Specific measures on St. John and other measures directed to St. Croix with the last vast land holdings. And so, yes, we're always working with the community when it comes to delinquency.
Thank you very much. And again, I want to commend the bill sponsor for moving this bill forward. I'll be signing on as well as a co-sponsor because I think this is a step in the right direction. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I have a question here regarding how we came to this point. And like my colleague that said before, congratulations and kudos to the sponsor of this measure, very powerful measure. But when it comes to the tax collector's office, how we reach to this point where we have all these outstanding fees? Where we went wrong as a government?
I'm sorry, you broke up, Senator. Could you please repeat the question?
Where did we went wrong? How we got to this point where we have such outstanding fees that are due to the government?
Okay, Senator, it's not the result of anything current, but it's the result of many years of different administrations trying to address this very delicate issue. And so what we've done now is we've made certain that we have a fair and equitable process for which to conduct the entire collections process so that no one is able to say that they were unfairly treated. And so that's the first step. Beyond that, there's a certain amount of accountability to the government in terms of, wanting to, in terms of wanting to provide persons and residents with opportunities to pay their delinquencies and not lose their property. So it's a senator that have contributed to this over the years, but we aim to bring this situation to something that's manageable for the government, and that it's a collection, it's a revenue stream that the government will be able to count on.
1
in
minute.
the jurisdiction.
So my question, my
Senator,
last,
if I may add to that.
proceed.
Senator, may I add to that as well? And there's also a slight issue we have, which is that a lot of times these delinquencies are created because people aren't necessarily incentivized to pay their taxes, and they wait for things like amnesties and forgiveness of interest and penalties, and then they say they'll pay their taxes. There have been a couple of other factors that feed it. And then there's also the resistance in some quarters to even paying property taxes in the first place, right? Where people say they have Danish rights and different things. And, so there are a lot of different factors that 100 million. And so it makes it difficult to follow the law and hold these auctions, because a lot of times there's just so much resistance on many different levels.
Time.
And once this bill is passed, can you tell me what is the strategic plan? What is next as far as the enforcement of this legislation?
Well, it will be a continuation of the collection processes that we are already authorized to do, as well as having this in rem judicial proceeding. We will be able to immediately move the most egregious accounts that have not paid for multiple years straight to the foreclosure process through the auction, and hopefully to resolve those issues in an expedited fashion.
Thank you so much, and kudos once again to the sponsor of this measure, and I look forward to seeing this being enforced, and hopefully we can see some changes in the FY 2022 budget as far as this impacting it in a positive manner. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Saron, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director O'Neill, the only issue you have with the legislation is that you rather it go to the general fund, correct? Based on your testimony?
That's correct, Senator. We prefer not to add additional funds. We have over 200 funds in play already, and to add another one just doesn't, I don't think is the best move.
Okay, we have somebody else on the screen that needs to be good. Perfect. Okay. So we have a bill to collect delinquent property and sewer fees. Mr. Ledam, are you collecting right now sewer fees?
Yes, Senator, we are.
For every
that those.
Hold a second. Let me rephrase my
yes,
question. Let me rephrase my question. Are you collecting sewer fees for every single property that you have on your listing? Are you?
Sewer fees do not apply to every property, but rather only the properties that run parallel to.
Okay, let me rephrase the question again.
To a line.
Let me rephrase the question. Every property that a sewer fee is applicable to, are you collecting your sewer fees, Mr. Ledam?
Yes. Every property that Waste Management Authority indicates should be billed for sewer fees, we do bill.
Okay.
Every project came to us.
So is waste management, is their role or their listing up to date? Because I know there was a discussion before, for the record, on having an issue between DPNR Waste Management and them informing you of sewer fees to be remitted back to Waste Management.
1 minute.
Remember that discussion? So has the status changed? Are you now, did you implement a process?
Well, I can let Mr. Mills, the tax assessor, speak to the arrangement that they may have with Waste Management Authority.
I just want to know if the process was improved since when you came down for the budget markup, you indicated that you were having some issues on collecting sewer fees. So since then to now, have we fixed that process?
Well, it's not a process of the tax collector to determine who owes sewer fees. That's the process of Waste Management Authority. So once the bills are generated by assessor, the tax collection office distributes those bills and collects on them. So the tax assessor is only able to bill customers for sewer fees based on what Waste Management Authority indicates to them.
That's what I'm getting at. So Waste Management, clearly there are some missing customers, and the overall point I was trying to make and I'm alluding to is that Director O'Neill, you are missing some money on sewer fees.
Time.
Current sewer fees, not the delinquent ones associated with property taxes. Sewer fees remain an issue overall. And can we agree on that, Director O'Neill? You know that? Are you aware of that?
I'm hearing, but it's going in and out. And I think because the other testifiers' microphone is on, it makes it hard to hear you when you're speaking. But we can agree based on what I understood you said. Absolutely.
Okay, so that's all I'm trying to, Mr. Let him not attack on the Lieutenant Governor's office or anything. We just wanted to highlight that currently as well, we have to, you, Waste Management, DPNR, we definitely have to get a hold on the current sewer fees.
Somebody need to mute the device while the senator is speaking.
I hope you understand what I said. I hope you had some deductive reasoning in every other word that you heard.
Thank you so much, Senator. Mr. Latham, are you getting an annual list from Waste Management as to know individuals who are hooked into the septic system, the sewer system?
Currently, that list would go to the Office of the Tax Assessor so that it can be become part of the assessment.
Is the tax assessor sitting next to you?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So then,
yes,
can the tax assessor answer the question? Is the Waste Management sending an annual list of new individuals who have hooked into the sewer system?
We didn't get a list for this 2021 billing, sir.
Did you get a list for 2020?
I think we got 6 new parcels to be added to the list.
A lot of people are getting away that are hooking into the sewer system and are not paying. We got to do a better job of tying up those ends. Waste Management, DPNR know which homes are being built with drain field and septic and which homes are connecting to the sewer system. We need to do a better job of coordinating that. We just let the monies fall through the cracks. Senator Fred Gregory, and then we're going to vote on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, I see the intent of this measure, but I have to ask about, I still remain concerned about those individuals who own property in St. John, whose property taxes are through the roof. And I know that there's been a lengthy discussion around how can the government of the Virgin Islands provide relief. Has there been any discussions as to how we can possibly provide, and that's legally, of course, relief to the St. John property owners. We can't hear you.
Attorney McLean, your device. You're muted.
Sorry about that, senators. We're not muting ourselves. We just see it go on mute. Maybe our machine is possessed, but we'll keep track of that. Sorry. Senator, since you mentioned legally, I'll take that up. In the last, I believe it was 2015, so 6 years ago, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor took on that very task to answer the question you posed today. And that was, how can we bring relief to the people of St. John? And there were several meetings, two members of the Senate were a part of what became a committee that met over the course of several weeks to figure out what could be done. And what we did we came up with a statute that was quite robust. And I think Senator Vialet remembers this well, because we had very many spirited and vigorous discussions on it. And we actually came up with some code amendments that provide amazing relief to the people of St. John, something to the tune of, I mean, basically the gist of it was you pay taxes based on your income, regardless of your property
I am having
tax
such
bill.
a hard time hearing you.
We have not seen a lot of people from St. John avail themselves of that tax relief, which has been in the code, but we are prepared to deploy that relief whenever it's requested.
Again, I'm having such a hard time hearing you. Did you say that the people of St. John can avail themselves of the relief? Did you say that? I can't hear you.
Okay, are you hearing me better now, Senator?
That's a little better, but go ahead, because I totally missed like the last couple of words you said.
Yes, Senator, we worked on a comprehensive change to the homestead exemption currently in the code.
Mm-hmm.
And I said Senator Vialet will remove those spirited and vigorous discussions we had.
So
Dolly,
Attorney McLean, so the bill was passed? Yes?
It's passed. Yes,
okay,
ma'am,
good.
It exists. It's
and
law.
So is it that the individual have to come in and fill out documentation to get the relief, or it comes out on their tax bill?
1 minute.
They have to come in and fill out documentation.
Okay. And
relief is based, they pay taxes based on how much they earn. So they have to tell us.
No. I don't need to get that detail. You're using up my time. What I'm trying to understand is how are these property owners becoming aware of this potential, this possible relief? That's what I'm trying to understand. What information, and you can't answer that. That comes from the tax assessor's office. What information is being provided to the St. John community so they can in fact fill out this paperwork and they're not hearing it word of mouth?
Well,
not you.
At the time the legislation was passed.
Mr. Mills, Mr. Mills is there? Can you please respond, Mr. Mills?
Well, why did you know? Remember we were decision.
Wait, Mr. Mills, can you go ahead and respond and try to get close to the device?
Yes, once the bill was passed and we indicated to persons that the...
How did you indicate to persons?
We did indicate that because the question has come up different times at hearings, and we did public relation announcement when we had, I think during former Lieutenant Governor Potter's time,
Okay.
the radio appearances to indicate to the community how
So based
that
on the
would work and what
information
bill-
that you provided, because my time is running, based on the information that you provided to the St. John community, if you will, have you seen where they have taken the opportunity to have their property tax bills reduced?
Time.
Have anybody looked at that
Mr. Chair,
within?
may I-
This is a very difficult conversation, Mr. Chair. I am having a hard time with this. These individuals need to be on their own Zoom instead of around a table. I'm trying to understand, have you looked at your St. John rolls to see whether or not the property owners in St. John have taken advantage of this relief opportunity that the legislature has provided?
Senator had a lot of that. I think initially the thrust came when we did the 2013 reval. There were a number of appeals, and once we addressed that appeal, I think that the folks in St. John then recognized that what they were paying, they felt that was a fair and equitable amount.
So
And
we have
to
not-
that extent, I think.
So we have not looked at the rolls in St. John. I mean, I asked you one question, you're answering something else. You have not looked at the rolls in the role of property owners in St. John to determine whether or not they've truly taken use this opportunity, basically.
As I've indicated, Senator, the issue came up relative to the property taxes and the issue of the equity of the property taxes. A number of persons filed appeals. The appeals were reviewed and addressed. And so after that, it seemed that there was no further relief that was by the folks in St. John. And so no, we did not get a number of requests.
So no, you did not do an
bill that
assessment.
you're referring to.
No, you did not do an assessment. And this is why I have issues with these types of legislation. We need to make sure that we do our part before we begin to penalize folks. I don't know. I have no idea whether or not this information was truly shared with the St. John community and they've actually taken advantage of the opportunity. I don't want to be party to moving forward with legislation that's going to impact them. I don't want to be party to legislation where you see droves of people coming in to take away these people's property. So we need to have information in order to make the appropriate decisions. The answers that I have received, I mean, I don't feel warm and fuzzy about them. I mean, I see the intent of the legislation.
Okay. We're going to need you to mute your device when the senators are speaking. We're getting a lot of feedback. But the senators have taken substantial time trying to just get one answer.
Yeah, one answer, Ms. On.
And the answer is whether or not the residents of St. John know about the changes to property taxes in St. John.
So let's talk about probate, because I'm going to move away from that, because like I said, I am not very comfortable. So let's talk about properties that are in probate. Mr. Chair, will wrap up. I did not realize my time is a lot of feedback, so I missed it.
Yeah, but that's a probate question.
Yes, so the probate, let's talk about probate. What about, how do we deal with property owners whose property, who's deceased, of course, and the property is in probate? Do they fall under this particular piece of legislation that is in front of us? How are we dealing with them now? The delinquent property, because it's in probate, the court has it in probate. How are we aligning what we're doing in the Lieutenant Governor's office with what's happening in the courts?
Okay, go ahead.
So normally when properties are in probate, if we know about the probate, we do nothing. The two things happen, right, when you're in probate. You get someone appointed who's in charge of the estate. You create an estate and there's a person, there's an administrator. And so that administrator is responsibility to maintain the property, which includes payment of the real property taxes. So once that happens and we're aware of the opening of the probate and the appointment of the administrator, we send the bills to the administrator. By law, there are no interest and penalties while the probate is pending. And as a matter of principle, we never sell properties that are in probate. Once the probate closes, it's closed by a document called an adjudication. That adjudication is normally filed on the recorder with the recorder of deeds. And that's the information that then gets pulled over to the assessor, and they know who is now the new owner of record for the property, and we send the bills to the new owners of record. So probate, we actually encourage people to go to probate because it's an orderly, streamlined process that puts someone in charge of the property and gives us a name and an address to which we can actually send it.
Thank you so much for that answer. Ms. McLean is going to be with us a bit longer for the next bill, so she'll remain here for a while. But colleagues, Senator DeGraaf, did you go yet? No. Senator, carry on back. Senator, carry on. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. I would like to first commend the sponsor of the bill for putting together this piece of legislation that we're here discussing this afternoon. While we do understand that we have a big problem when it comes to collection of revenue, and that's across the board, we realize that within the tax assessor's office, or LT, the problem is even bigger, having approximately 100 million in outstanding delinquent property tax. Attorney McLean, or anyone who is with you, I'm kind of interested in finding out how far back do the delinquent property tax go?
Well, that's really for the collector, but from what he's told me, we have property since the 80s.
1979, Senator.
And I do apologize. I stepped out for a second, so if it was asked and answered some of my questions, I apologize. Go ahead.
The senator is trying to get a year?
No, we didn't hear it at all.
Okay. What is happening is after you speak, you got to mute your device. Listen to the question and then unmute. But you're leaving it answer, we get enough feedback because your song is coming back into our chamber. So you got to mute. After you answer and you have concluded with your answer, mute. So the question is year, how far does it go back? And then go back to the senator.
Senator, goes back to 1979.
1979.
One property goes back to 1979. One property.
Wow, that's up 40-something years. Wow, this is serious. Which district has the bulk of delinquent taxes? And can you give me the breakdown? St. John, St. Thomas, and St. Croix.
Well, it's hard to say, Senator, in terms of where most of the delinquencies lie. Primarily, most of the taxes originate from the St. Thomas, but we would have to analyze and see how the delinquencies that are valid in our books reflect in terms of the district.
That most of the bulk is from the St. Thomas, St. John district, you say?
Most of the bills, the larger percentage of the bills that go out in a given year have more billing towards the St. Thomas, St. John district rather than St. Croix.
1 minute.
You don't have a figure amount. Can I request that you submit that through the chair to the committee, the breakdown by areas of and amount that is delinquent tax? Because I think that's information that you should have on hand that is much needed, because you guys are keeping records. So I think it should be easily accessible to know at least which from both district where you are and what's the amount. Now, in regards to this bill in particular, was there any consultation done with the judicial branch?
Probably we would not consult with the judicial, because as you know, they ultimately opine on the legality of any enactment. And so that might pose a conflict of interest. So
Got you. Thank you for that. I guess I wanted to find out if there was an analysis done on how it will impact the load that we already have with the judicial branch and so forth. So because now we're talking about adding more cases, so it's a caseload onto the judicial branch. If that was taken into consideration.
Well, the legislature has already, the legislature has already passed other enactments that direct the judicial branch to do certain things as is within the legislature's purview. So no, we did not have a consultation. The process is streamlined. The statute makes it a condensed process that puts a lot of burden on the government to prove its case. And so it may actually work out easier for the judicial branch. We just can't speak to it.
Okay. And lastly, Mr. Chair, I guess I have a concern if the possibility this bill could open doors for more outsiders or mainlanders to be able to, take properties from our locals. So gentrification is always a concern. So I would like to know what are your thoughts in regards to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. The Finance Committee will take a 2-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Do I have a motion? Motion, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Bill 33-0066, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 89, Subchapter 3, Section 2541, to allow the Lieutenant Governor to collect unpaid property taxes and unpaid public sewer fees from the sale of delinquent taxpayer real property. Be voted on favorably in this committee and move forward to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. I so move.
Motion made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator Blyden. Senator Saru, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0066, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 89, Subchapter 3, Section 2541, to allow the Lieutenant Governor to collect unpaid property taxes and unpaid public sewer fees from the sale of delinquent real property, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Colleagues, and point of information. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to put the input that was gathered from my colleagues in the Finance Committee. We will make an amendment to this bill, and it will not move forward until we do that, even though it's been forwarded to Rules. So thanks for the input, and we will make that adjustment and forward it to Rules at a most recent convenience. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. We'll definitely make those amendments, strengthen the bill a bit, provide opportunities for first-time homeowners. Madam Clerk, please read the next item on the agenda. Those individuals who testified on that particular bill, they are excused, and I think that, are we excusing Jennifer O'Neill? Director O'Neill, you're done for the day. Thank you. Long day, yesterday and today. And today you're still smiling, you're not leaving with a look on your face like, I don't want to go back to them. So this is a good day today. So you're excused. Madam Clerk, read the next item on the agenda.
Bill number 34-0071, an act amending Title 28 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding a new Chapter 36, creating the Virgin Islands Timeshare Act, proposed by Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Invited testifiers, George H.T. Dudley, Esquire, Attorney Dudley Newman Furzik, LLP. Dolace McLean, Esquire, General Counsel, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Robert Clements, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs, American Resort Development Association, and Richard Evangelista, Esquire, Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this legislation?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Vila, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to say first that I'm so happy that this bill is being heard today, Bill number 34-0071. I've been working on this bill for the last 3 years. So today is finally the day when I think that we have a final product that has been agreed on by all the parties, the Timeshare Association, my good counsel, Attorney Dudley, my next good counsel, Dolace McLean, who those two attorneys had many, many disagreements over this bill. And then we added in Attorney O'Neill from DLCA, and we were able to come up with a bill that I think satisfies the concerns of everyone. Our colleagues, right now, timeshare units are purchased in most situations for 1 week, which means that for one particular unit, 52 bills are sent out. So if you have 4 units, that's 208 bills that would be sent out from the property tax office, the lieutenant governor. So when you have a couple hundred timeshare units, we're talking about thousands of bills. And those bills are usually for a small amount because you're only charging property tax for the owner's share. So if they purchase it for $10,000, the property tax might be $50, it might be $60. But these are thousands of bills of that amount. Because of that, the process has become quite cumbersome, in which the office of the lieutenant governor is able to issue these property tax to these individuals who have outstanding taxes. This bill seeks to have the timeshare association moving forward, that if a timeshare unit or development is built, that the timeshare association, timeshare owner, will be responsible to submit the property tax bill to the lieutenant governor, or the monies collected for outstanding property taxes to the office of the lieutenant governor. So they would collect the taxes for the one unit instead of sending out 52 bills. So the lieutenant governor office would no longer have to send out multiple bills, but it would be the responsibility of that particular ownership group or association to make sure that those monies are remitted to the government of the Virgin Islands. So it really simplifies the process, and we could take into consideration that a lot of those units, they charge association fee, etc. So it would be the same with them just charging the property tax fee, and then they collecting the money, and then remitting the money to the government of the Virgin Islands. The next big issue is really those timeshare units that have literally been abandoned. Somebody had a timeshare unit for 10, 15 years. They have now passed away, or they're no longer interested in traveling, or they can't travel. They abandon the unit. You can't locate them. You can't send a bill. But they still have that 1 week ownership. So the unit stays empty for that 1 week. And we have units that have multiple individuals that we can't find for multiple weeks. We're losing revenue. So this bill will allow the ownership group, the association, to have a non-judicial foreclosure. However, if it is contested, the person can ask and receive a judicial process. But in those instances where we can't find the individual, we don't know where they are, the association would have the ability to have a non-judicial foreclosure so that we could claw back those properties and bring them back into circulation, which would then enable us to collect more taxes and would bring more money to the island because we have more guests that are coming. He also established procedures for the cancellation of a purchase contract and provide a disclosure statement. So in the bill, it has protection in which you have opt-out period if you purchase a timeshare. You change your mind within X amount of days, you're able to opt out. They have protections for the buyer, have protections for the seller. So this particular bill creates a statute for timeshare, and the timeshares were previously covered under the condominium statute that is 50 years old. So this will be an updated statute for timeshare units in the Virgin Islands, and we're hoping that the fact that we codifying this, that it is going to entice other individuals to establish timeshare units in the Virgin Islands. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vele. And it's so important to note that this is an extensive piece of legislation. It's 76 pages long, and it was in fact heard in the 33rd legislature, and the bill sponsor actually is bringing it back. So we've heard this before, we vetted it, and there were some issues as noted, and the bill sponsor It's taken a lot of time to move this legislation forward. So I'm going to ask the government, who is a representative from the Office of the Lieutenant Governor's Office.
Good afternoon. You have Attorney McLean, General Counsel, and with me are Ira Mills, the tax assessor, and Brent Leardom, the tax collector.
Okay, so who's providing the testimony?
I will be providing the testimony.
Okay, you may proceed with your testimony, Attorney McLean.
Thank you. Good day to the bill sponsor, Kurt Violet, to Donna Gregory in her role as acting chairman of this session, to the honorable members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Finance, other senators present, as well as the viewing and listening audiences. I am Dolace McLean, General Counsel for the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, under the leadership of the Honorable Tregenza A. Roche, Esquire. Appearing with me today are Ira Mills, Virgin Islands tax assessor, and Brent Leardom, Virgin Islands tax collector. On behalf of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, we appear before you today to provide testimony on the real property taxation section 1112 or 1112 of Bill number 34-0071, an act amending Title 28 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding a new chapter 36, creating the Virgin Islands Timeshare Act. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor is indebted to this honorable committee, in particular to the Honorable Senator Kurt Violet, who has worked with unending fervor to get all the stakeholders to the table to hash out the particulars of this complex but long overdue bill. Thanks to the efforts of Senator Violet and his hardworking staff, Aziza, we miss you, the Office of Lieutenant Governor, the members of the timeshare industry, the Office of the Governor, and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs conducted several very long but productive meetings to refine the language of the bill, which, as you heard earlier, was heard in the 33rd Legislature. This cooperative effort, spearheaded by Senator Violet, resulted in a bill that is fully supported by the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. The end product before you today is the hard work. It represents the hard work of all the stakeholders involved in crafting the Timeshare Act. And it is truly a model of the democratic process at work. Bill number 34-0071 is a bill that is supported by both the tax assessor and the tax collector, because it is a bill that realizes efficient revenue collection for the coffers of the Virgin Islands government. Additionally, timeshare owners and other stakeholders in the industry will benefit from a more streamlined approach to the assessment and collection of real property taxes on timeshare units in the territory. The bill proposes to have the tax collector send just a single bill to each timeshare entity in the Virgin Islands. Currently, the tax assessor must value each of the 20,000 plus timeshare units and then generate each bill for each unit of ownership separately. The tax collector then prints each bill, inserts each bill into its own envelope, seals the envelope, and then hand delivers the bills to the post office, a time-consuming process. A single bill sent to a managing entity via electronic means will greatly ease that burden and relieve an overworked real property tax division staff, because such a process replaces the hectic, time-consuming, and laborious billing process that currently takes place annually. In addition to easing the process to generate tax bills, the real property tax division will also have an easier time to collect on timeshare property taxes. The bill makes it mandatory for the managing entity to pay any timeshare assessment before the delinquency due date. That is money in the coffers early. For those timeshare entities that will need additional time to pay, the bill provides that they may enter into a one-year payment plan on the terms and conditions to be set by the tax collector. The passage of this Timeshare Act will result in an increased efficiency in the operations of the Office of the Tax Assessor, which spends countless hours fielding calls from timeshare owners disputing their bills, which is oftentimes less than $50. Under the proposed legislation, the right of appeal inures to the managing entity who can speak with one unified voice on behalf of many timeshare owners. In addition to the increase in efficiency, there will be an increase in revenue collection for the government because timeshare property taxes will be billed and remitted in a timely fashion. In addition to the positive financial impact, there is also the positive message that is being sent to timeshare developers to invest in the territory because there is a fair, equitable, orderly, and transparent regime in place for the assessment, billing, and collection of property taxes. In sum, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor supports this bill because it is the result of a collaborative effort between the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, other government stakeholders, and the timeshare industry. The proposed legislation addresses the concerns of all parties and presents a billing and collection mechanism that is fair and equitable to both the real property tax division staff as well as the timeshare taxpaying public. This concludes my testimony. The real property tax division of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor are hardworking staff members who are dedicated to doing their utmost to increase tax revenues to the territory, yet remain fair to the taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify on bill number 34-0031. Mr. Laird and Mr. Mills and I are available to answer any questions that you or the members of the committee may have.
Thank you so much, Attorney. Attorney Dudley, you're recognized. I'm sorry, Attorney Dudley, you're recognized?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, great. So I greeted everybody, so I won't repeat that part. My name is George Dudley. I'm a partner in the law firm of Dudley Newman Fierzig. I appear today on behalf of the American Resort Development Association, also known as ARDA, a national organization dedicated to the growth and improvement of the timeshare industry in the United States and around the Caribbean and the world. I'm accompanied via Zoom at today's hearing by Robert Clements, Vice President for Regulatory Affairs and General Counsel of ARDA. And we are here to testify in support of the enactment of Bill number 34-0071. The bill represents the culmination of more than 5 years of work by ARDA with 3 Virgin Islands legislatures and 2 administrations of the executive branch. The specific provisions of the legislation have been scrutinized and revised by the Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and DLCA's Chief Counsel, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor on behalf of the Tax Assessor and Tax Collector, by the General Counsel to the Lieutenant Governor, by the General Counsel to the Governor of the Virgin Islands, and by Mr. Clements and myself on behalf of the members of ARDA with interest in the U.S. Virgin Islands, including developers, managers, and individual unit owners. To date, timeshare development has occurred in the territory using the Virgin Islands condominium statute as the statutory underpinning for development. However, the VI condominium statute is now more than 50 years old and was designed to serve as the basis for communal residential development. While that statute may at one time have served as a satisfactory basis for timeshare development, as the timeshare industry has evolved and grown into being a significant component of the tourism hospitality industry that it is today here in the territory, continued use of the condominium statute has become increasingly burdensome, not only for the developers and timeshare owners, but also for the government agencies charged with regulating the development and marketing of timeshare developments and the collection of property taxes assessed against such developments. Because it became increasingly obvious to both the timeshare industry active in the territory and the local government that it was in their mutual interest to address the growing disconnect by the industry with the condominium statute in the territory, the decision was made to craft a specific statute that would address simultaneously the concerns of the local government, timeshare developers and managers, and the owners of timeshare units. Bill number 340071 is the result of that collaborative effort. I dare say that the legislation not only serves the needs of the territory, but it will serve as a template for other jurisdictions, especially Caribbean communities, to adopt for the timeshare development occurring in their jurisdictions. Beyond the definitional sections of the statute, sections 1103 to 1106 of the statute set out clear rules for developers to follow in the construction and marketing of timeshare developments. Sections 1107 and 1108 provide clear rules to protect individual buyers of timeshare units. Sections 1109, 1111, and 1115 provide clear rules for the management of timeshare developments. And Section 1110 provides clear rules by which timeshare associations can move against individual owners who have defaulted. Section 1110 of the statute also will result in a reduction of the burden on our local courts in administering the foreclosure and sale of units held by owners that have defaulted on their legal obligations, while at the same time preserving the right of any unit owner to challenge in court any action taken by a manager or owners association with respect to the unit owner. As a result, the timeshare units of defaulted owners that have been out of use for extended periods will now be recaptured and returned to productive use and occupancy by new timeshare owners, reducing the burden on current compliant owners while at the same time generating more timeshare revenue for the local government and increasing general tourist activity to the benefit of the territory's tourism economy. In Section 1112, the legislation simplifies the process by which timeshare developments and unit owners are to be taxed. I am convinced that without raising the tax rate at all, the property taxes collected by the government from timeshare developments will be increased by at least 50% more than the taxes currently collected. And what is remarkable, developers, managers, and individual owners of timeshare developments all welcome the proposed changes in the assessment and collection process contained in the legislation. Finally, sections 1118 and 1119 establish a clear regulatory framework by which the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs is able to police the behavior of developers, managers, and timeshare marketers and enforce compliance with the statute for the protection of timeshare consumers. In terms of broader economic impact, timeshare development is one of the fastest growing segments of the hospitality industry in the Caribbean. And this legislation serves as a clear statement to timeshare developers that the government of the Virgin Islands welcomes such development in the territory. I am certain that the industry will respond favorably to the invitation. Before concluding, I must take this opportunity to thank attorneys Delise McLean, General Counsel to the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Cecile O'Neill, Counsel to the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and David Bourne, counsel to the governor for their patience and persistence as we worked collaboratively to draft and improve this legislation. Mr. Chairman, I must also thank you for your dogged determination to push us forward and bring this legislation to fruition. On more than one occasion, we were on the brinks of foundering on the rocks of impassioned intransigence on specific points of view, and your ability to keep a steady gaze on the big picture helped to guide us through the rough passages. Finally, last week I submitted for the Finance Committee's consideration certain amendments to the legislation intended to correct typos, inadvertent word omissions, and some misnumbering. Those suggested changes were merely technical and will not alter the legislation in any manner and have been copied to the Council for the Government. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Clements and I are prepared to respond to any questions you, any member of the committee, or Legislative Council may have with respect to the suggested changes to the legislation I submitted last week or to my testimony here today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Attorney Dudley. Colleagues, we heard this bill, I think in the last legislature, in the 33rd. We heard it in the 32nd. This bill contains a lot of the recommendations that were made at the last hearing in reference to consumer protection, et cetera. So we did meet extensively with Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to put in those particular changes. I'm just looking, Attorney Evangelista, you're on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
You have testimony, correct?
Yes, very brief.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Committee of Finance Chair, Honorable Senator Kurt Viale.
Your camera?
Members of the committee. Hello?
Put on your camera, Counsel.
My camera's on. I can turn it on now.
Okay.
The camera.
Okay,
My camera's on. I don't know if the other team members can see my video.
Yeah, we're not
Attorney
seeing
Dudley,
you,
Attorney
but
Dudley, can you see me?
no. And today you sound a bit muffled. You usually come through very clear.
Yeah, my camera's on. Can you hear me? Mic test. 1, 2.
Yes, we're hearing you. Proceed with your testimony.
All right. Good day, Committee of Finance Chair, Honorable Senator Kurt Viale, members of the Committee on Finance, other senators of the 34th Legislature, legislative staff, the DLCA staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Richard Tomas Evangelista, Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Thank you for allowing DLC an opportunity to testify before the Committee of Finance of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands on Bill number 34-0071, a bill amending Title 28 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding a new Chapter 36, creating the Virgin Islands Timeshare Act. In the interest of time, beginning with the bill sponsor, Senator Kurt Viale, and as well as the other two proponents, the two supporters of the bill, they went through the sections of the bill. I just wanted to indicate that DLCA supports the proposed legislation's general intent and purpose in as far as it seeks to codify the timeshare industry in the United States Virgin Islands, but respectfully request that it be amended to speak specifically to how a purchaser can return its property interest or use to the developer or successor to the developer, provided it is current with its annual fees and mortgage if applicable. Currently, there exist owners of timeshare property interest and use who simply want to return their interest or use to the developer or the developer's successor from whom the interest or use was purchased, but are unable to do so. And the litigation continues. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on Bill 34-0071. I stand ready to answer any questions that this body may have relative to the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and the proposed timeshare statute.
Thank you so much, Attorney Evangelista. Senator Blyden, you recognize 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. First, I want to thank you and your staff for sticking with it in this most important piece of legislation, along with the Lieutenant Governor's Office, Attorney Dudley, and all other individuals that have been involved. I have seen a back and forth on the floor as we heard this bill in the past, but nonetheless, this is a very good piece of comprehensive legislation that needs to be codified. Attorney Dudley, let me ask, good afternoon, let me ask you, when you spoke to 50% more when it comes to the economic impact in collections or taxes, what does that number look like at this moment?
The actual dollars collected, I'd have to defer to the tax collector and the tax assessor, because that number I don't know. But we know, based on the experience that we have with the number of associations in the territory and the number of complaints we've received from individual owners, that there are significant gaps in the taxation. And as Senator Phelan mentioned earlier, we have any number of properties that have been abandoned where the owner of the property is receiving a tax but is ignoring the tax bill. So we now have an opportunity, a mechanism by which we can recapture that property to put it back on the tax rolls. And as I said, I defer to the tax assessor and the tax collector, but I know we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Okay, so thankfully, Lieutenant Governor's office, do you have that number? Because I have several other questions quickly.
Senator, we bill about $3 million, and we collect less of that, maybe about 1 million or so.
Okay, thank you so much for that information. Also, Attorney Dudley spoke to the foreclosure and the process. Succinctly, can you tell me what the process looked like, what the average time frame, and what the turnaround time?
1 minute.
Sure. The way the process has been set out in the statute, the owner who has defaulted is given notice of the default, and I believe it's 30 days notice. And if they fail to make the payments, then there is a process for the sale of the unit. If the unit is sold and the unit does not generate sufficient revenue to satisfy the liabilities owed under the association, the individual unit owner is still forgiven. There's no deficiency judgment against the unit owner. The objective here is to get the property back. What we're trying to do is move away from the conventional foreclosure that you have for a homeowner, for a condominium owner, to be more in line with what happens with a hotel room guest if they don't pay their hotel room. You don't have to take the hotel guest to court to get them removed from the hotel room if they're not paying their bill. So it's similar in that regard, because the timeshare, we believe, is a part of the hospitality industry as opposed to being home ownership. So the time foreclosure process is compacted, so that instead of taking a couple of years, which is what happens now in a typical judicial foreclosure for a 1-week unit, which no one goes through, we have now a process under which the property can be recaptured in a couple of months. But importantly, if an owner disagrees with this action being taken by the timeshare manager, first, we have to notify them. And if they object, they can file a notice to the foreclosing agent that they object to the non-judicial foreclosure process. And at that point, they have to be taken to court. So the individual unit owner preserves the right, retains the right to take the matter to court if that owner believes that the actions being taken by the owners association or the developer is not justified.
Thank you so much for that explanation, and I can see why you say the number is going to increase. And finally, you spoke to 20,000 timeshare holders here in the territory, and with the onslaught of Airbnb and other likewise type businesses coming online, have you seen or do you see any type of decrease in that space, or you see a complement to the timeshare industry?
We see the ARDA is very optimistic, very bullish about the growth of the industry. The industry is growing throughout the Caribbean, and we believe that there is opportunity for continued growth in the territory, particularly on St. Croix. all of our major timeshare developments are on St. Thomas, with one on St. John, a couple of smaller developments on St. Croix. The major timeshare developers in the United States are looking for new places in which to expand their footprints. And we believe that with this legislation, St. Croix will become an attractive venue in which to expand the development. In fact, Mr. Clemens and I have already been having conversations with the executives of those major developers and managers about this legislation and the opportunity it presents for the territory.
Thank you so much for responding, and thank you, Mr. Chair, so much for the time, and congratulations again on this most important piece of legislation.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden, and that's one of the main impetus behind this bill. We want to see some timeshare development on St. Croix. I had a conversation with Attorney Dudley, and he was like, you got to bring the bill if you want to see some movement. I'm hoping that we see some movement. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I read the 76 pages of this bill, and the only issue I have is what my colleague mentioned in regards to when my bill came. And my bill developed a process in terms of, rather than we do a non-judicial foreclosure and just take your property, we went through a process. Page 40 of it, we have important notice. If your property is in foreclosure because you are behind in your payments, it may be sold without any court action. That was one issue that got me, because again, I just brought a bill where we are given a chance. We are given a 6-month period for notification. We are given a 6-month period for redemption. We are given a 6-month period for going through the process, fast track foreclosure procedure. To just go where it's for delinquent of, payments. What kind of payments are we speaking of? What kind of payments are we talking about that they could actually sell your property without any court action?
If that question is directed to me, Senator, we're talking about the condominium assessments that go every year with respect to insurance on the units, the maintenance of the buildings, the maintenance of the property, and with this legislation, the property taxes. So if a person fails to pay their property taxes, fails to pay their insurance, fails to pay their maintenance, then this legislation allows the manager to notify the delinquent owner and go through the non-judicial foreclosure process. But as I said before, if the individual owner believes that they're being wrong, they still have the right to force a judicial process. This is not a situation where it is foreclosed. To the contrary, the individual owner has the right to force the managing entity to go to court.
Right,
but most of these defaulted owners have abandoned the property and have no interest in contesting. Frankly, they're glad to be relieved of the obligation.
Right, and
so
1 minute.
I think and again, remember that for us, a timeshare unit is a prepaid vacation. And so if you show up to the hotel and you are overstaying your welcome and you're not paying for your hotel room, the hotel company doesn't have to take you to court to get you out of their hotel room. They can call the police and have you removed for trespass. What we're trying to do here is make a timeshare unit similar to the rights that a hotel owner has with respect to an overstaying guest.
Right, and like I say, I too almost bought a timeshare, but I'm just saying, if you're telling me in a 1-year period, I don't pay my property taxes, I don't pay, then you can non-judicial foreclosure. That's where I have a little problem with, again, because any Virgin Islander can own a timeshare also. And, again, I brought a bill where we're given time frames, 6 months here, 6 months there, and then you still have a time to redeem. But to just go down the road of, And that's the only issue I have with this bill. 'Cause like I said, I read the 76 pages, and I read it twice. I read it on my computer, and I read it individual pages. And again, I know my colleague, kudos to you, because I know you've been working hard on this one here, you know, but that's the only issue I have with it in terms of that. And if we could make some adjustments, put a time frame, give some kind of, because you don't know what happened or may have happened to an individual. We're in a pandemic time, we're in a state of emergency, you know, the world, so you just don't know what issues may arise.
Time.
So I think if we're giving somebody a fair chance, before we just go ahead into that, I think would be fair all around. And I brought a bill, like I said, just before giving chances, so I think we could look at it. And I do agree, this bill will make a big difference, and if it's to open up the market again on St. Croix, I'm in full support. So that's my only issue. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I think you read page 40, subsection A, that you refer to. If you go to subsection E, subsection E states that the notice must include an objection form with which the mortgager or owner of record as applicable may object to the use of the non-judicial foreclosure procedure by signing and returning the objection form to the foreclosing party. The objection form must identify the mortgager or owner of record as applicable, the notice address of the mortgager or owner of record as applicable, the timeshare interest, and the return address of the foreclosing party. The undersigned exercises a right to object to the use of a non-judicial foreclosure procedure. So there's a notice where the person that the lien is being served on has the ability to say, I don't agree with non-judicial foreclosure. You got to go through the judicial process so that they're protected. So you can't just exercise a non-judicial foreclosure without giving that individual the option to object to it and ask for judicial foreclosure. Read section E. Point. Yes, go ahead.
And I got that, because again, it's a procedure that is embedded in the bill. But again, when they talk about we can foreclose your property without any court action, they go through the process and pass out that information. It's a formality that's in the law. But versus doing it.
They have to provide you with a notice where you can object. So before they could implement the non-judicial foreclosure, you have the option to object to the non-judicial foreclosure. But the non-judicial are for individuals really who have just abandoned the property. They have not been there for a number of years. They bought a timeshare unit years ago. They're no longer interested. They're not coming back to the Virgin Islands. Some have gotten older. They're not traveling. And they're just saying, hey, that $10,000 that we paid 15 years ago, we are no longer interested in that. So the unit stays empty and abandoned for that 1 week, some of them for multiple weeks. So we're not able to generate revenue coming into the Virgin Islands by individuals being able to renovate those particular units and put them back on the market. So this would help with that. But we could have some more discussion, I'm sure. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to say good afternoon to everyone and to really commend you, Bill Sponsor, for this particular piece of legislation. I know how hard you and your team have worked on this legislation, as well as the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Dudley. I know that every time he came, he saw this as an alternative. Every time we tried to propose a bill that affected the other areas that he testified on, he said, you guys continue to leave funds, revenues on the table. You know, this is the area that you should be going at, not this one. So I think that he too have really directed us in the right direction in respect to this. So, you know, I was reading where back in March of 2021, the appeals court clears the way for the government to collect timeshares fee, where they again allowed for a $25 per day occupancy fee on timeshare units. And it went on that at the time that this was being proposed, I think some 4 years ago, that in fact it had gone all the way to the Third Circuit Court, and they upheld that in fact the Virgin Islands were in the right in being able to collect these fees. And it was guesstimated that perhaps this will gain us about $19 million on an annual basis. Are you familiar with that case, Mr. Dudley?
Yes, sir.
Do you testify in any way on that case?
Did I testify on that case?
Yes.
My law firm was involved with the litigation, but I did not testify with respect to that case, no.
Very well, yes. So I think that we have come full circle, and my concern is whether or not there may be some masking going on. Do we see where there may, is anyone, whether the Lieutenant Governor's office or others, maybe DLCA, may be some opportunities where we believe that individuals may be classifying back and forth between Airbnb and also the timeshare. Is there any possibility that that's occurring and present some challenges for us?
In terms of the Timeshare Association, ARDA, the timeshare units are not sold on Airbnbs, no. The management company, the developers of the timeshare units, it would be like, you know, someone who has a hotel room, renting the room and then renting it on an Airbnb. That, as a practical matter, wouldn't work.
That would not work.
The situation we have here, what we have are exchange companies. So if I own a timeshare unit and I don't want to use it for the particular year I have it, I can list my unit with the exchange companies for them to manage the exchange of the unit for another location. So I may want to go skiing in Colorado as opposed to coming to the Virgin Islands in December, and so I can put my unit in the exchange to be able to accomplish that. So it's not, and all of that is policed and regulated under this statute.
Very well, and while the ARDA is certainly in support of this particular measure, what about the other associations? I'm sure that there are other timeshare association. Office of Lieutenant Governor, are you familiar with those other associations, and are we holding them and sharing with them what will be required in terms of ensuring that they adhere to this particular law once it's moved?
Time.
Sorry, I just wasn't clear on the question.
The question is whether or not other timeshares, do you believe that all 20,000 that have been mentioned here today is all part of the ARDA, or there's other timeshare association that actually have a shop here in the territory?
Well, I think Attorney Dudley can speak to that better, but I believe the answer is no. Not all timeshare units operating in the territory are a part of ARDA.
Yeah, I'm not hearing you at all.
She said not all.
Okay, I believe Attorney Dudley can answer that question better than I can, but to my knowledge, no, not all of the timeshare associations operating in the territory are a part of ARDA.
Very well. Attorney Dudley, do you have a perspective in terms of
yes.
other timeshare?
There are 13 timeshare developments in the Virgin Islands. 3 of the 13 are not members of ARDA, and all the others, particularly all the major players, Wyndham, Marriott, the Westin, all of those are the major players in the timeshare industry, and all of them are in favor. The 3 non-members, I think, are aware of what's going on, but I can't imagine that they would object to what's going on here because it's very much in their interest as well, in terms of simplifying the tax process, the management process, and the ability to recapture units of defaulted owners.
Very well, and my time has been called, but who will then license or register those 3 entities? Would it be DLCA or the Office of the Lieutenant Governor? Who will be responsible for registration or licensure of those 3 additional entity associations?
Well, to be formed, they have to file their required articles under the condominium statute. So it's information that is known to the recorder of deeds, and because the recorder of deeds, the tax assessor. And of course, the LCA, to the extent that they have to have business licenses, the LCA would know about their licenses as well. But the LCA wouldn't know necessarily that they're not members of the National Association of ARDA. So I don't know that the Commissioner of Consumer is familiar with, as I said, the three associations. I think Megan's Point is one. The development on the hotel on the Key, to the extent they had a timeshare operation, is another one. And frankly, I've forgotten who the third one is.
Sure. Good afternoon. If I may, Senator Ville, may I respond?
Yes, you may.
Good afternoon. Richard Evangelista, Commissioner of Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. So as I prepared and reviewed this bill, and as well as reviewed our records here at DLCA, this may come to news to Attorney Dudley and his clients, but I realized that we actually have a timeshare agent license, which means the person who actually sells the timeshares. But all the major developments who are actually developers of these timeshare units, they simply have a development and owner of property license. So it's something that we're going to dig down on. And here comes another license. So I'm a revenue generating agency. So members of the 34th legislature, I get to collect more revenue for the government. But there is currently no timeshare business license per se for these major developers. It's a different license altogether. So it's something we'll look at in the weeks to come.
Okay, thank you so much. So sometimes it's good that bills come up because then we're able to check into exactly what we're doing and what we need to improve on. Senator James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good evening, good afternoon, testifiers. When it comes to the regulation of this act, and as far as having the capacity to be able to make sure that this system is functioning, through DLCA and whoever is representing the Timeshare Association, can you speak to how this will be regulated, and do we have the capacity to make sure and the manpower to carry out such an act, if implemented?
May I respond first, DLCA?
Please.
Sure. Good afternoon once again. So based on your review of the bill, you are correct. There is an enforcement part, and that jurisdiction has been vested in the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs if, in fact, this bill is enacted. So that will be part of a special request to assist us. We're going to probably be having to engage more personnel because here, once again, is more enforcement responsibility. So initially, it's gonna be a heavy load, but after we get adjusted, I'm sure we can manage it. So upfront, we'll probably need to add some 1 or 2 staff per district just to get them to focus on the timeshare industry. As Attorney Dudley said, we currently have 13. 3 are actually quote unquote part of the membership group that he represents. But seeing down the road, it appears that persons may show interest. So like everything else, if the activity is there, then we'll just have to ramp up the personnel to ensure that the timeshare industry is monitored properly.
Thank you so much for that explanation. And is this based on a system? Is it going to be self-regulated? Speak to me. Anyone can speak to that?
Well, the statute as it's provided now, the industry is regulated by the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. And the regulations are, I will tell you this, that ARDA, the National Association, welcomes those regulations. We do not want to have a situation where there are rogue operators, because rogue operators harm the reputation of the entire industry. So we do not, in the least, object to the appropriate regulation of the industry by DLCA.
1 minute.
I have no doubt that the commissioner is correct. If as I hope happens, we grow more developments on St. Croix, he'll need more staff.
Thank you so much. And to General Counsel or anybody in the office of the Lieutenant Governor, as far as capacity and making sure, because I think with this, individuals have to be registered as a nonprofit organization for the Timeshare Association or what have you. As far as regulation and doing your part, you have enough people on board to be able to regulate this industry and make sure that it flows well?
Senator, currently I think we do. As you recognize, instead of having to build 20,000, we're building to the major 13. And so that will, in fact, reduce our workload. And remember that we're going to be putting out regulations so that everyone will know exactly what information we require so that they would know when they're in compliance and when they're out of compliance. And so that will help us and help them to stay on a steady keel so that this interaction can go very smoothly year after year.
Time.
Mr. Chair, I have one last question to Attorney Dudley. I see here in section 1103 of the bill that speaks to the creation of timeshare plan partition. In a nutshell, can you just explain it to me in a simple form as far as how you go about with this timeshare plan and how it benefits the timeshare owners? Like, can you explain that to me? This is a little new to me when it comes to the timeshare plan.
Sure.
The Cliff Note version, Council. The Cliff Note version? As I gave him the Cliff Notes version.
Yes, okay. You have the Cliff Note version, okay. You have to file with the Recorder's Office the articles establishing the timeshare development if it's going to be a deeded interest or a leased interest here in the Virgin Islands. Because of the way the industry has grown, you now have multi-site jurisdictions. For example, Margaritaville is one location out of 5 developed. That had to be filed with the state of Delaware, where the organization was organized. But the documents filed had to be approved by the Lieutenant Governor's office under the securities law sections, and the organization has to be licensed in the Virgin Islands by DLCA. So whether it's organized under the Virgin Islands statute or it's organized under the law of Delaware or the law of Florida or one of the other jurisdictions, this statute specifies what has to be contained in those documents, what protections there are for the buyer, what obligations there are for the manager, what obligations there are for the marketer. So all of that is addressed in this legislation. And as I said, this has been reviewed extensively by the Tax Assessor's Office, by DLCA, by the councils of the governor, and by myself and Mr. Clemens and others on behalf of the industry. And amazingly, both the regulator and the regulated think that this is a material advancement for the territory.
Thank you for that explanation of the timeshare plan. And kudos to my former principal, Senator, on this great legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Thank you, Senator, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers again. I don't really have a lot of questions around this piece of legislation at this time because when it was moved, when we tried to move it, or the bill sponsor tried to move it in the 33rd legislature, I asked a lot of questions, and I see that a number of the areas of concerns that I brought forward, I'm now seeing in the legislation, particularly the component that speaks to licensing and consumer affairs. So I don't have a lot of questions, but what I would like to ask the Office of the Tax Collector is, I know that when you came before the legislature, when I sat in the 33rd, there was a concern around the fact that thousands of bills were being sent out and they were being returned. Have you set up a system to address those bills that were sitting in your office with the developers or the timeshare associations? Or are they still sitting in your office?
Well, Senator, no, and thank you for the question. This proposed bill, is part of the solution that we've been working on to make sure that, we have a streamlined accounting process for
Mr.
Latham,
I need you to answer the question as I asked it. I'm asking you clearly, are those bills still sitting in your office, or did you come up with a temporary solution in the interim to deal directly with the timeshare associations or the developers to address the issue of the bills that were sitting in your office? So I'm trying to ask you plain out, are the bills still sitting in your office?
No, Senator, the bills are no longer sitting in the office like that.
So where are they?
Well, it's a combination of trying to contact owners as well as this initiative to streamline, because many of the owners
Mr.
have deceased.
Mr. Latham, don't do that to me. I am trying to work with you, so work with me. I'm asking a direct question. I only need a direct answer. If they ain't sitting in your office, then where are they? They are physical, hard paper. Where are the bills? Did you work out a plan? Let me be clear, because perhaps I'm not clear. Did you work out a plan with a system, with a process, with the developers or the timeshare associations in the interim to try to get these bills paid, or are you still trying to work out that plan?
1 minute.
No, we did not have an interim solution, Senator. We were working towards a permanent solution because this is something that happens every year.
Okay, so where are the bills now? Seems like that's a difficult question to get asked and answered. Are the bills still piled high in your office, in your basement, in your storeroom? Because sometimes we get really technical. So where are the bills?
We don't have any bills accumulated like that, Senator. What we work on is lists based on the system generating those bills that have been returned after the tax assessors group has updated the system as it being return mail. Then we work with those.
Okay, so the bills were not, there's no system that you put in place in the interim to make sure that we are able to at minimum collect the outstanding amounts. That's the truth. So just give the truth. It's okay to tell the truth because we're not perfect, right? So if we err, we just say, look, we don't know how to figure it out and it's not done yet. You don't have to take me around the bush. Let me ask a quick question of both Attorney McLean and Attorney Dudley. And this is tied to the non-judicial foreclosure. I know that there is a uniform law around non-judicial foreclosure for commercial property. How does this differ from the, if you know, of course, because we don't have a non-judicial foreclosure law as it stands right now for commercial property, but there are talks that we should consider enacting laws around that. What are your thoughts around that?
Time.
That's the mayor of the McLean.
Oh, thank you, Attorney Dudley. So in the timeshare context, the non-judicial foreclosure makes sense just because of the nature of that ownership. In the commercial context, the opposite, well, I'm a little more leery I would need more information before I could sign on to that wholeheartedly. That's number one. And number two, I'm afraid of creating a slippery slope where we do non-judicial foreclosures for commercial and somehow it shades into residential. That would be my fear, because as we've indicated earlier, we're all about trying to keep Virgin Islanders in their homes, even to our detriment of $100 million. So
I
would
didn't
need
say
to know
homes.
more
I
before
asked
signing on
about
for that.
commercial.
Right. So I said the commercial, I would need more information before being able to sign on to that, because it has the potential to shade into some other thing.
All right, Attorney Dudley, your perspective?
Senator, I confess I have a mixed reaction similar to Attorney McLean's. There are a number of non-judicial foreclosure regimes around the nation for both commercial property as well as residential property, as a matter of fact. But there are similarly many states in the United States where that is not authorized. And because I'm old school, I come down the side of not wanting to have non-judicial foreclosure for residential properties. Commercial properties, it's a closer question, but I would have to see the nature of the legislation before I made my decision. There are some non-judicial foreclosure statutes that I think I can live with. There are others where I think the process is a little too draconian and where I would have objection.
Thank you for your responses. My time has been called. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time, and I'm certain that you're going to get the thumbs up on this legislation. So congratulations to us, to the people of the Virgin Islands. This is a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, Senator Carrion. And then next will be Senator Saro, and then we're going to vote.
Good afternoon once again, and good afternoon to the testifiers. I would like to start by commending the sponsor on this very comprehensive piece of legislation, and clearly from the testimony and from my colleagues has taken a few years to put together. I also want to commend all those that have been involved in the process, making changes, amendment, tweaking here and there. I have a few questions. How much, and I just want to follow along the lines of the good senator from St. Thomas, how much do we currently have outstanding and delinquent taxes from the timeshare?
Senator, thank you for the question. We don't have that currently broken out at this time. We can follow up with you on that.
Okay, but within your system, you do have a separate category for timeshare taxes?
Yes, we do.
You just don't have the numbers before you at this moment?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. Yeah, that would be interesting to know. If you could submit that through the chair to the committee, I would appreciate that. Now, in regards to this bill, this bill speaks, this bill moving forward now, do you have a process in place in order to collect in case you have a timeshare owner or the entity, timeshare entity, fall delinquent?
Yes, Senator, it's the same process. First off, once, are you referring to currently, or are you referring to once this bill is in place?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, because I wasn't able to hear what's your response.
Is your question regarding currently how it can be done, or with this proposed legislation?
No, with this present legislation.
This proposed legislation gives additional tools to this office to perform collections. In fact, it would streamline the collections on the timeshares because the management companies would be responsible for paying the bills in a timely fashion. If an owner is unable to remit payment, they're able to apply for a payment plan with our office to satisfy that debt. But this proposed bill should move the issue forward in terms of building delinquencies for timeshares. It should reverse that process.
So, okay. I saw, according to the bill, that who then is responsible, in your testimony says, the bill makes it mandatory for the managing entity to pay any timeshare assessments before the delinquency due date. So the responsibility then to make the payment falls under the managing entity and not necessarily on the owner. That's correct?
That is correct, Senator.
So the payment plan now also that they can enter, who is making the payment plan with you in due case I need additional time? Is it the entity or the owner?
It would be the managing entity on behalf of the owners.
And if they're a delinquent then, how will you then be able to collect them out? Will you then hold the entity liable, responsible for it, or the owner of the timeshare?
Well, we would ultimately hold the managing entity responsible because they are able to bill to their respective owners and recoup any costs.
Time.
And what's the process then for enforcement and holding that entity then responsible for it? That's where I need a bit of clarity, Garcia. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your time. You can answer.
Thank you. Our current process, which includes the entire collection process up to and including auction, is still available to us if for some reason we ran into an issue with this arrangement on any particular unit.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. I think we have exhausted our debate, colleagues. I'm going to ask for a motion. I think I heard, you said motion, or anybody? It was your turn to speak, so motion from you. That's the speaker speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion? Was it granted?
Yes, motion, Senator Sauro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill number 34-0071, an act amending Title 28 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding a new Chapter 36, creating the Virgin Islands Timeshare Act, be approved by this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Sauro, seconded by everyone. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Sauro. Senator Sauro, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0071, an act amending Title 28 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding a Chapter 36 to enact the Virgin Islands Timeshare Act, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Attorney Evangelista, Attorney Dudley, Attorney McLean, Attorney O'Neill, who worked on this bill, Attorney David Warren, who came in at the end. I want to thank all of you for helping us to work on this particular measure. And I'm glad that it has passed, and hopefully we can generate some additional revenue for the people of the Virgin Islands. To the testifiers, you guys are dismissed. Once again, thank you so much. Colleagues, thank you for a long day. We went over a number of bills today. I think it's substantial. We did pass a bill that will be able to give back to people of the Virgin Islands the 8%, some $38 million. Right after the bill, we came with a revenue generating bill to put some money back into the coffers of the government of the Virgin Islands. We have the bill with the foreclosure for property tax and sewage, and those monies going back to replenish those outstanding amounts of the owed. So it has been a very good day for the Finance Committee. Meaningful measures, colleagues, and Senator Francis, who's not a member of this committee, who has been here all day with us. He's on, I remember now, right, Zero? Yeah. He's been here. The only thing he can do is vote. One of these days, we're going to let him vote, and then we're going to take it back after we have let him vote. But colleagues, thank you so much. Media, to my staff, thanks for this meeting. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.